Shalom, 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 and greetings, and welcome back to another quick episode here on Israelite Talk TV, one of the number one platforms where what? That's right, where you don't get no paid media. Now, family, so the trial getting ready to start day 3. You know what I'm saying? And we got a question: will MAKEDAS cookie um testify today? Okay. Now, just a quick recap from yesterday, right? There was a lot of interesting stuff that went on yesterday, but some of the things that I want you guys to keep an eye on is this right here. We heard from the lead detective that was on the case yesterday, that was doing the case prior to the new detective that came to the case, right? And what got exposed during the cross examination of Straight Drop's lawyer is that they never basically did forensic on the vehicle. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why is because I believe that they really don't have the vehicle from that actual crime scene, man. You know what I'm saying? How do you get this vehicle and not do forensic? And then the other thing was this right here, and I'm gonna be talking about this, right? Cornelius Smith claims that he wiped that vehicle down. Now, real quick before I keep going, when y'all come in the building, make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all share this live. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know we're giving y'all that real commentary over here, not that fluff that a lot of these major bloggers got. And later on tonight, we are going to be going live. I got a mean expose that I'm finna lay down on CMG tonight, right? Okay, because we got a lot of these big time bloggers that's trying to change the narrative, right? But the fact of the matter is, they never did any type of forensics on the vehicle, right? And the lead detective at the time spoke on that, right? Now, here's the other thing, right? Uh, Cornelius Smith claims that he went back to the car to wipe the car down. If you listen to his cross examination, he got tripped up in a lie where he said that he wiped the dashboard down, he wiped the door down. Then he was like, "Well, no, I just wiped the outside because I didn't want to set the alarm like the dude." And like I said, I got an expose that's coming on Cornelius Smith because if y'all saw my live the other day, right, I broke down how Cornelius Smith has agreed to take the charge in order to take to get the deal. Part of his deal is admitting that he is, you know what I'm saying, the lawyer. You know what I mean? So what the hell going on here? Oh, but yeah, but anyway, part of his deal is to admit that he's one of the shooters, right? Okay, and we're going to talk about that. Okay, we're not going to do it today, but they didn't do forensics. So how did they get Cornelius Smith fingerprints off the vehicle, right? Now, something else that I'm going to be talking about, not today, is that Cornelius Smith claims that the reason why he's telling is because he claimed that Hernandez Govan had already told everything. So if this guy started cooperating in March, he took the proffer in March. They got arrested in January. By March, he had already entered into a proffer. So he's saying the reason why he told is because Hernandez Govan had already told everything, right? So at what point did they catch Hernandez Govan? You know what I'm saying? And we can jive like kind of pinpoint because that particular lead attorney or officer that was leading the case at the time, remember, he retired. Now I don't have the actual date and time when he retired, but he obviously retired sometime during this case. So when the case first popped off and when they called Cornelius Smith, it looks like he was still working at the time. He was still working at the time. So by time March rolled around where he took the proffer, then he would have already knew about Hernandez Govan and all of this other stuff. Because remember, the police said he was an interest to us. So at what point did they catch Hernandez Govan is what one's got to ask themselves, right? And I think this is the part that they're trying to hide because just some more things that's going on with Hernandez Govan, and we're going to be talking about that. Okay. But from yesterday, you know what I'm saying? We got the testimony from Jamarcus Johnson. Okay, Jamarcus Johnson. And let me do this right here. What I'm gonna do is, and make sure when y'all come in, y'all check into the chat, show the chat some love. Throughout the day of this trial, I'm gonna be bouncing in, giving some commentary. You know what I'm saying on what's going on. Here's the link. I'm gonna just go ahead and drop that. If anybody wants to come on, breathe on the things that's going on in the trial. The link is down in the description box, right? Um, so Jamarcus Johnson testified yesterday, right? And family, listen to this right here. And we, like I said, we're gonna go more in depth on this, but we're not gonna do it today. They gonna sit up here and try to tell us that Big Jook was on. They're trying to tell us that Big Jook is Unc, right? Now, here's the deal with this, right? And this is what I really believe, right? We talk about this $800, right? The $800, right? That Cornelius Smith supposedly received, right? I believe that he only received that amount because he didn't. I don't believe, right? And this is my opinion. I don't believe that Cornelius Smith is either one of those shooters. I don't believe that. And I'm gonna explain to you guys why, but I'm not gonna do it today. I'm gonna explain to her why. See, Pauline is watching Israelite Talk TV, and because we exposed certain elements, they had to switch the game up, right? They switched the game up. Remember, I did the expose breaking down the photos that they originally put out, who they were trying to say was straight drop standing there with the assault rifle, right? And how they passed his face on there. So even now, if you're saying that that's Cornelius Smith, then why would you place Cornelius Smith face over the person that was standing there? Okay. This is what one's got to understand. Remember, I did the expose. So we going, like I said, we're going to get more into that, but they're trying to tell us that Big Jook was Unc, right? That right there is a lie from hell because you know why? Remember, Cornelius Smith said he only saw Big Jook that one time when he came to get some pills and they were talking. See, they were talking. So that means that Big Jook was not really dealing with Cornelius Smith like that. Yes, he saw Cornelius Smith. You know what I'm saying? He came out there, he knew who he was. But all of his business was through Hernandez Govan. Okay? Straight drop, okay, because here's the deal, family, and this is what I want you guys to understand. If they're saying, first off, family, they're trying to say that Hernandez Govan solicited them for the murders, right? Remember, Jamarcus Johnson had the cell phone and he saw, remember the woman said he saw payment. So he saw what was going on, right? So the thing about it is, if they're saying that Unc is Big Jook, then what the hell was Hernandez Govan picked up for? If listen, family, listen to what I'm telling you. Detail. Don't allow these people to use mind control techniques. They're using Jedi mind tricks to throw the people off. If Big Jook is the Unc that he was speaking about, the money came from Unc, then why is it that Hernandez Govan is locked up? Because he obviously didn't give them the money. If they're saying that Big Jook was Unc, this is where the money was coming from. So what y'all gotta understand is that if why would family listen to this right here, right? And y'all gotta grasp this. If Hernandez Govan is the mastermind, they allege that he solicited the murder and paid them. How is Big Jook Unc? If he's saying that the Unc's in the money, that means they have nothing on Hernandez Govan. The text messages is going straight back to Jook. Now here's the deal, right? This is what one's gotta understand. if they're telling us that Big Jook is Unc, this is almost 3 years later that we're hearing this information because the trial just started, right? This week. But if that's the case, they been knew that Big Jook was Unc all the way back in March when your boy took the proffer. So why the hell did they never lock Big Jook up? If they got the text message, family, listen to what I'm telling you. Grass. If they got the text message of straight drop basically contacting your boy, Big Jook, then why the hell was Big Jook never locked up? Because that means the police been had this information. Y'all gotta remember that the information that we're getting now is information that the police already had. They already had it. Going all the way back to March of 2022 when they first apprehended Straight Drop and Cornelius Smith. Remember, Cornelius Smith said that Hernandez Govan had already told everything, so this is why he took the proffer. And I believe he was only paid the $800 because he didn't really do shit. How could they got Cornelius Smith fingerprints off that car if he said that he wiped everything down? I wiped the dashboard down. I wiped the handles down. Then he turned back and said that he never went into the car because there was an alarm on the car. So, I mean, they're lying, man. Where did they get the fingerprint from is the question, if they wiped it down. And they didn't even do forensics on the damn car. It got exposed, man. Y'all didn't even do forensics on the car to test for blood or none of this shit. Why? Because they never got that car. And I was looking, family, because if you notice when they pulled that car from off of Bradley Street or whatever that was in Orange Mountain across the street from Quet House, y'all gotta remember that first off, he had cameras at the house. So why did he never give up those cameras showing them? And in my opinion, that was Hernandez Govan's his key out, because y'all gotta remember he had the footage to whoever dropped that car off if it was actually dropped off there. But if y'all remember, go back and look at the video in which Cornelius Smith, or no, when they first found the vehicle, they only showed the driver's side. They never showed the passenger side. They never showed the passenger side of the car. So we don't know if that was the car or not. But the thing that we do know is that according to your boy, right, Cornelius Smith, he say that they shot the windows out that car. That's how he got hit in his shoulder. Then he turned around and lied and said some other shit and was like, no, I got shot outside the car. He told two different stories on the stand, right? And I'm gonna chop it down, I'm gonna bust it wide open, but he lied. So if he got shot through the window, then there should have been bullet holes in the car. We didn't see no bullet holes in that car. This is why when they pulled the car off of Bradley Street, where they said they found the car at, they only kept the camera on the driver's side. They never showed you the other side of that vehicle. And the reason why they didn't do forensics because they didn't have that vehicle. Come on, man. If they had the vehicle, they would have did forensics. There's no way that Cornelius Smith got shot and there was blood in the car. He said that Straight Drop got grazed in the back. Where the hell all this shit at? And if they always knew, family, think about this, right? This is the other thing, right? People keep talking about, listen, fam. If they knew that Cornelius, now think about this, family. Think about this, right? According to your boy, right? Cornelius Smith. He claims that Hernandez Govan called him and told him that the police was on to him. Ain't that what he said? He said Hernandez Govan told him that they was on to him and Justin. So if they already knew from the beginning, if Hernandez Govan told everything and all of this other shit, then why did they prolong the case like they was looking for more suspects? Or there may be more arrests. There may be this and that. If there's only two people that's doing the shooting. Now, I got some breaking news, right, that I want you guys to pay attention to. If Straight Drop lawyer does not scrutinize that footage, if he does not scrutinize that footage, I'm finna tell you, this is why I want you guys later on tonight. We're going to be going live. And I'm gonna break down this indictment that's coming down on CMG, right? Tonight. Make sure you guys are there. I'm gonna break it down. If listen to what I'm telling you, right? Detail, detail. And I did this the other night, right? When you look at that footage, right, of Dolph being shot, you can see shots coming out the other window. You can see shots coming from the other way. If you watch the video before that guy even got down there, that they claim was with the Drake, didn't know what was going on, right? Which family, think about this, right? You telling me that they're gonna employ Cornelius Smith to shoot Dolph. You know what I'm saying? When he ain't never shot, never had a Draco before. They gonna say, like, come on, man, that don't even make no damn sense. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. And here's the other deal, right? When we look at the footage from inside the cookie shop, remember when the woman went and remember when the woman went to the back, she went around the corner. And I told y'all at that time, that was her going around the corner, the woman at MAKEDAS that was ringing up the cookies. When she went around that side wall to open that door, whatever it was that she was doing, right? Y'all gotta understand, they showed you the timestamp on the camera when it zoomed back in. She was gone out the scene. Dolph and his brother was gone out the scene. Nobody was standing in the front of the store right there. There was nobody up there. Because about like 5 seconds after that, like 5, 6, 7 seconds after that, is when they pulled up. So they didn't even. So when she looked out the door and she ran around, that was not the shooters, unless they clipped and edited the tape. You see what I'm saying? But the fact of the matter is that when they showed that camera and it came back up and it showed that time period, Dolph wasn't on the screen, his brother wasn't on the screen, and the woman that was at the register wasn't at the scene. So when Cornelius Smith claimed he's the one that jumped out the passenger side, right? When he jumped out the car, as he say, which we know was a lie, because we know the bill, we know that Straight Drop is way bigger than Cornelius Smith. Everybody and their mama thought that the one in the black was Cornelius Smith and the other one was Straight Drop. Because the person that's in the gray is way bigger than the person that's in the black. And we know that Straight Drop is not smaller than Cornelius Smith. Okay? Grass. The other thing is that when the camera came back up, nobody was standing there. So when he jumped out the car and he pulled up to where they're showing the front of the door where the gun is doing all this wiggling, no fire, nothing coming out of the gun, who's standing right there? There was nobody even standing there. So why would he come to the door? Man, don't you know when you come up to the door that you looking through it's a glass door. Don't you see that nobody is standing there? So how in the hell did he shoot through that door? Dolph was all the way down there on the other end and Dolph still got hit. Ain't no fucking way, man. Ain't no fucking way. Y'all finna make me believe that family. They trying us with this shit. You want us to believe that we see family. Think about this. We see the video. Dolph disappeared from the video. His brother disappeared. And the lady disappeared because she went around the corner. When that camera zoomed back in, and I believe, I don't have it pulled up, but it was only like 5 or 10 seconds before that Benz pulled up. So nobody was even standing right there by the door. So why would Cornelius Smith jump out the vehicle and go up to that door right there? There's nobody at the counter. Dolph is down there by the corner. There's no, I don't care. Listen, family. If Dolph was looking out, say Dolph was looking towards the Family Dollar out the window the other way, there's no way he would have got shot when that guy pulled up because nobody was standing there in the video. They had already moved to the corner down there where the plant was at. So when Cornelius Smith would have shot through the front door right there, there's no way Dolph would have got hit. They're cutting out the part of Dolph getting shot from that side window, and everybody know what time it is. They know what time it is. But I'm going to also explain to you guys why I believe they're keeping that part out. And I believe that was Hernandez Goan. Family, listen to what I'm telling you. Do y'all see Justin Johnson? Look at his countenance. Look at Cornelius Smith. You think that these people was going on this lick without somebody else there that's a real stepper? Come on, man. Ain't no way, man. Make sure when y'all come in the building, hit that like button, share this thing, man, and show the chat some love. Y'all know how we bumming it. I'm giving it to you. They didn't check the car. Listen, family, they didn't check the car for blood. So how can they? Because here's the deal: if Straight Drop got grazed in his back, Cornelius Smith got shot. He claimed he got shot in the car. He said they shot the window out, right? And I got all that shit documented, right? In case they try to go back and edit the footage. He said that he got shot in that car, man. So where's the bullet holes in that Mercedes Benz? And why won't? And this is why they're not showing everything during the trial, because they already know that we're on the case. We're on the case. We've been on the case. But everything that I'm telling you, family, if Big Jook is we knew they was gonna try to blame this shit on Big Jook. If Big Jook is then why wasn't Big Jook locked up? They been had the text messages, they been had the phone. Cause you guys gotta remember, family, listen. When did Cornelius Smith when is Cornelius Smith doing all this texting? Y'all gotta remember that Cornelius Smith, listen, family, Cornelius Smith, listen to what I'm telling you. Cornelius Smith got picked up December 9th. He went to jail after that. So he was texting before that and doing all that before that. You see what I'm saying? He was texting Straight Drop before he got locked up. He got locked up first. Okay. So with that being said, right there, family, why wasn't Big Jook locked up? He already said that his girl gave the phone up and they did all this shit. Listen, even if they say, okay, well, he didn't give it up until family in March, he gave all that shit up because he entered into the profit with the state all the way back in March, 2 months after he was arrested. So they had all of that evidence and shit because remember, Cornelius Smith said he never got rid of his phone. He kept that phone. And he probably kept the phone for security reasons to protect his ass if all this shit goes south. So his girl gave him the phone. He entered into a profit. So the question we gotta ask ourselves: why was not Big Jook arrested if Big Jook was and he's the one where the money came from? Think about that, family. Because guess what? Remember, I already showed you this. Remember when that woman asked your boy Pauline, he saw pavement. Did he see where it was coming from? He said, I can't speak about that. So we know he know where it's coming from because he was handling the phone for Straight Drop. Of course he know where the hell they came from. Come on, man. So family, you know what I'm saying? I'm giving it to you, man. So today we got to see who they getting ready to bring out to testify. Will MAKEDAS cookies testify today? Right? Now, here's the deal with MAKEDAS. A lot of people was blaming MAKEDAS and saying that MAKEDAS was involved in all this other shit. We clearly see that Maurice pulled up right after that shit happened. He pulled up right after this shit happened. So what you guys got to understand is nobody was in the shop. The cookie lady wasn't in the shop. Maurice wasn't in the shop. And the wife wasn't in the shop. So they're not going to call them to testify because they wasn't there. They don't know shit. I mean, they know shit because if you remember right, remember that Raven said that when they first originally came to get the footage that they didn't even know how to work the shit. The dad had to show them how to work the shit. Right? So at the end of the day, right, it's going to be justice for Dolph because first off, people saw that tape. If you think that's Dolph Lynn and people didn't see that tape, then y'all got to think again. You know what I'm saying? That footage, family, what y'all got to remember is that footage, yeah, they probably gave them the tapes, but it's just like with any of these cameras we got. You can see that shit straight from your phone. All that shit is being recorded. You know what I'm saying? So the right people that needed to see that tape saw that tape. And I'm going to prove that in another expose that I'm going to do, right? Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. So it don't matter. At the end of the day, they already know the people that's involved. This is why Hernandez Govan lost his daughter. Teasy was killed. Your boy Big Jook was taken out, and a whole slew of other people was took out. You see what I'm saying? And now, family, listen to this shit right here. These big time bloggers are trying to remove Gotti out of this shit. Gotti is not getting away. And I'm going to break this shit down. All you guys got to do is go back to the FBG Duck case. Look at these same bloggers that was covering the FBG Duck case. They try to throw Dirk in there. Oh, they come to get Dirk, OTL. They did all of this shit. And now, and listen, it's more evidence in the young Dolph case of a RICO than it was in the FBG Duck case. And they talking about, oh, well, Gotti good. Yeah, bullshit, Gotti good. Gotti ass is on his way to jail, man. And it's straight like that.
If there are no other matters to take up.
All right, let's get it.
Well, do we have the people from outside, the audience in? Do we have the audience in from outside? Good morning. Good morning. I trust everybody had a good night. Good. We're going to get started this morning. We got a little work to do. Mr. Hagerman, call you next witness.
Lieutenant Lockheed.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing yonder.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat. Will you sit, please?
Could you tell us your first and last name, please?
My first name is Mahaj. My last name is Abdulbaki.
And can you spell the first and last, please?
Yes, sir. My first name is spelled M-A''H-A-J-J. My last name is spelled A-B-D-U-L hyphen B-A-A Q-E-E.
Let me first apologize for you having to be here, because I'm going to take responsibility for it. Okay? You're an extra witness to clear up a mistake from yesterday. Okay?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Memphis Police Department.
And how long have you been with Memphis Police Department?
26 years.
2021, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the homicide unit.
Did you have occasion to work on the case having to do with the murder of Adolph Thornton Jr., the rapper known as Dolph?
Yes, sir.
In particular, on November the 24th, and then on November the 26th of 2021, did you have occasion to go to the Crosstown building?
Yes, sir.
For what purpose?
We were attempting to see if there was video footage in connection with this investigation.
Did you speak with security there?
Yes.
Were you allowed to view video there?
Yes, sir.
Did you retrieve video from there?
Yes, sir, we did.
And was it accurate surveillance footage from the building
Yes, sir.
from November the 16th and November the 17th
Yes, sir.
of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And was it one camera angle or many camera angles?
Many camera angles.
In fact, November the 26th, I'm looking at your supplement, you actually created a timeline of the various events that you witnessed on the surveillance tape, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
With the hour and the minute, and then what you observed.
Yes, sir.
correct? For instance, at 2:41, the surveillance video shows a male wearing a black cap with a Bass Pro logo. You made that sort of timeline, is that right?
Yes, sir.
That accounted for, or did it account for the comings and goings of a suspect that I sort of just described with the Bass Pro hat?
Yes, sir.
Those videos that you viewed and that you obtained, did they have timestamps on them?
Yes, sir.
So when you watched the videos, you could see what time it was and you could see the time going as you watched it.
Yes, sir.
Those accurate timestamps?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did I explain to you
Judge, I'm
earlier?
going to object to the answer about accuracy unless he can lay a foundation as to how he can know that.
Suspend.
Did you review the footage with the security officers?
Yes, sir.
And when you reviewed that security footage, were you invited back to see, where they had this footage and where they kept it and everything?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe the time on the video that you were, when you were back there, to be the true time of the security cameras?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you before you got on the stand how those videos were played to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you that each sort of event, let's say it's the man in the Bass Pro hat leaving the building at 2:40 a.m., okay, was shown as a reel, which would mean the individual, for instance, would walk to the elevator and be on the elevator camera. And then when he got in the elevator, it would switch to the inside the elevator camera.
Yes, sir.
And when he got to the lobby, it would switch to the lobby camera. And when he got to the parking area, it would switch to the parking camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you obtained the videos, though, you got videos of each separate camera. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did I explain to you that when you make a reel of the cameras, that the timestamps disappear and aren't part of the reel?
Yes, sir.
And did I tell you that to make up for that, a black screen was inserted in front of each of the events on the reel that had a date and time of what we were looking at?
Yes, sir.
Did I tell you that of the various events, that black screen was correct for all but one?
Yes, sir.
And I tell you there was a mistake with regard to one of those reels?
Yes, sir.
And I want to take responsibility, for that. I want to show you and ask you if you recognize these to be the original videos, not made into a reel, that you obtained from Crosstown with regard to the suspect leaving directly before Dolph's homicide. Okay?
Okay.
And I don't know if you can see, can you see through the plastic to the green writing up top?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that green writing up top?
The green writing up top says 8th floor W8 elevator, and it gives the, I'm looking at a date of 11/17/21 with a time of 10:49 and 26 seconds, 28 seconds right now, a.m. Central Standard Time.
Okay. If you could stop it just for 1 second. That's 10:49 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Did I tell you that the black screen that we had seen previously said 11:49 or 11:41 was off an hour?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did I tell you that was a mistake?
Yes, sir.
And we'll take ownership of that mistake. Is this the true timestamp?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Man, family. These people done altered the tape and they are admitting on camera that they have, fam, these people are admitting on camera that they done altered the tape, they done made reels. Just give us the original material.
So we're watching the entire video, not spliced into a reel. So we'll go on for another 20 seconds. And the timestamp now is 10:51:14 a.m.
Yes, sir.
We'll go to the next camera. You see the timestamp on this one?
Yes, sir.
10:50 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Now, why won't they show
We're
us the
ending
tape?
that one, and it's 10:51 a.m. I'm sorry. Ten 51 and 47 seconds. 10:51:50. The next one. 10:52.
Yes, sir.
It's 10:53. $10:55. Turning into 10:56. It was right at the 50-something seconds. And 55 seconds, 35 seconds. White vehicle. It's 10:56 and 25 seconds. Off camera at 10:56 and 50-something seconds.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, even though we've seen those videos before spliced together as a reel, since these have the true time and the true time stamp on it, not the error, I would like to introduce these into evidence under that State's Exhibit 5 that we're keeping open for digital evidence.
Yes, sir. I'm a little confused as to how you're going to keep them separate. Tell me how you're going to keep them separate.
We have-
How they're going to be marked, I guess.
They're going to be labeled.
Okay.
And they're going to be labeled, so for instance, on these, they're labeled timestamp included correct time. But if we need to also assign them A, B, C, D, and things like that.
And does that not need to coincide with the incorrect one? Or no? I'm just asking. Does that make sense?
When you say coincide, what do you mean? Because we can make
So
that
there's been a, one shown
with the wrong
yesterday
time.
with the wrong time. That's on this same
Yes.
zip drive, right? So how are we gonna know what this video coincides with the ones that were shown last week?
They have the time, they have the date and the time, and we know what happened is the real time is 10:50-ish.
Ted, can we approach?
Yes?
correct me if I'm wrong, we've watched sort of one event that you viewed on the Crosstown video, is that correct?
Yes,
And we've watched the original video with the timestamp.
yes,
And the times that we saw were 10:49 to 10:56 a.m.
yes, sir.
Approximately an hour and a half before the shooting.
Yes, sir.
You also watched other video, correct?
Yes, sir.
An earlier video from around 2:40 that morning when the suspect left the Crosstown complex, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also watched a video from around 4:48 with the Mercedes arriving at the Crosstown complex, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you also watched a video from later that evening around 7:52 p.m. Of the suspect returning to Crosstown, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a video around 8:17 p.m. of the suspect with luggage leaving the Crosstown concourse, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as you watch these videos, did you also create a timeline of these events?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that back when you originally watched the videos, 11:24 and 11:26 of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Now, I passed you this document and asked you what this is.
Oh, I think it was.
Those times I just read to you from that timeline, did you verify that those are the times when those things happened?
Yes, sir.
With the videos with the timestamps?
With the video with the timestamp.
Before they were ever put into reels or whatever?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Doing all right today?
Well, are you?
Doing well, doing well. So I've just got a few questions for you. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
So you were asked some questions about obtaining the Crosstown videos, and I think you said that you went on November 24th to try to obtain video from Crosstown and the 26th?
Yes, sir.
Did you go twice because you weren't able to get them the first time and had to go back, or were you able to get some the first time and some the second time?
We were not able to get anything initially because they had to have a technician to actually retrieve the video. What we did, we went in and reviewed. When I say we, I'm talking about my partner, Sergeant West and I. We went in and we reviewed within a certain time frame, which was from, I think we reviewed from 2:30 to about 11 o'clock was our time frame of review. And we went and reviewed those time frames and had bookmarks done.
Okay.
Once the bookmarks was done of videos from each section or part of camera view at Crosstown Concourse, then their technician came in later and downloaded those bookmarks for us.
Fair to say that the system that you're watching these videos is a computer system?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not like old school VCRs, tapes running, you know, a wall or anything, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And I'm sure in your long career in law enforcement, you've collected a lot of surveillance video
Yes, sir.
from different locations. And you would agree with me that it's not uncommon for surveillance video timestamps to be inaccurate.
That's true.
Right? And I think you said the way that you went about trying to confirm accuracy was by looking at the time when you were there and looking at the video and saying it was the same, like those times matched. If you're there on the 24th at 2 p.m., you looked up at the system and it said on the video it was the 24th at 2 p.m.
Yeah, we compared the live view.
The live view.
Yes, sir.
But you would agree with me, you weren't watching the live view on November 17th or November 16th when these concourse videos were actually being recorded, correct?
No, we were not.
You're going back and reviewing an archived video format of those, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, you don't have to apologize, just say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you.
And truth be told, you can't, whether it was the live view was accurate, right? You can't say whether it was accurate on the 17th, right? Because all you did was look on the 24th and go, my watch says it's 2 p.m. on the 24th. I'm making up that time just as an example. And the live view shows it as 2 p.m. on the 24th. Therefore, this must be accurate. That's right.
Yes, we used a live view to check and see if the cameras were accurate during that time before we did the bookmarks.
But that test alone doesn't tell you whether or not it's accurate on November 17th and November 16th. You would have to agree with me, right?
Yes.
So you can't say that these timestamps are accurate as to what occurred on November 16th or 17th, right? Because you don't know if the system was rebooted, malfunctioned, something happened. You can't speak to any of that.
I cannot tell you if anything happened to that system. I can only tell you that when we did our initial view, as far as live view is concerned, we compared, and that's been our best practice to do each and every time we download video to make sure that there is no differentiation between hour, minutes, sometimes, because sometimes it can be a 30-minute time loop or an hour time loop. That's why we do the live view best practice before we begin that review.
Right, and that's something, because especially on a system like this, that's something that, you know, computer technician would have to tell you, right? Someone familiar with the system that audits the system or works on the system or at least is qualified and knows the system.
To let us know if there was a time loop or there was an inaccuracy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right, and you didn't have that. You didn't have that information.
Well, we had the computer technician with us at the time because he was the one that had to download all the footage that we had bookmarked. So yes, there was someone there to let us know that yeah, this is the time.
Right, but other than saying we've booked, because you said you bookmarked it, other than saying we've bookmarked these times, did you ever say, was there any issue with the system? Do you know these times to be accurate?
That was never a question answered.
All right, you just based that on the live time.
Yes.
All right.
His ability to tell us that we were in live time and it was accurate during the time in which we started the preparation of bookmarking.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Oh, 1 second.
Thank you, ma'am.
Call your next witness.
This will be Michael Gardner.
Step up, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And see what you
Can you tell us your name, please?
Michael Garner,
And spell the first and last name for the record, please.
Michaelgarner.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a criminal investigator, special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been with TBI?
Only 3 months.
Because you were with MPD before that, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I
Correct.
retired in June after 20 years.
20 years MPD, and now you're at TBI.
Yes, sir.
At some point during your service at MPD, did you become involved in digital forensics?
Yes, sir. In 2018, I was assigned to the organized crime unit, and some digital evidence came in, and they needed a computer guy to look at it, and that's when I started in digital forensics, which became full-time in July of 2020.
It's about 6 or 7 years ago you got your start in this.
Yes, sir.
And then full-time at MPD, what does a digital forensics person do?
We extracted evidence from mobile devices, GPS monitors, car infotainment centers, and reported those findings out to the investigators working the cases, sir.
Did you receive and have you received special training to do that sort of job?
Yes, sir. In both digital forensics and cellular technologies. Started with cellular technologies in 2012 and got my first certifications in 2014 with a PATC Tech. And then in 2015, I started working with the electronic surveillance and communication intercepts, and I got certified on PLX through a company called Pinlink, and did a lot of call detail record analysis with PLX. And then working digital forensics, we like to try and marry the cellular technologies from the cell phone carriers with the device itself. So then I started working with applications like CellHawk and, of course, forensic applications like Celebrite and Magnet that would pull the data from the device and look at the CDRs and just put those together for a complete picture of like a digital footprint.
And is there still training that you do? You keep updated on this?
Yes, sir. This technology changes quite often. You can tell the last couple of years with 4G going to 5G, and about every 2 months I continue in education with sometimes 1 hour blocks, but often 3 hour blocks of instructions on just the evolving technologies. And that's both through Pinlink with their systems and vendor neutral through PATC Tech.
I'm going to have you explain what some of this is, but before you testified, you handed me a list, I guess, of your training hours on various digital forensic things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many hours of training have you had?
Almost 1,300 hours.
Almost 1,300 hours.
Yes, sir.
And that is actual training that's not, you also do your job too, right?
Yes, sir. That is outside the scope of my work. Yes, sir.
All right. With regard to what we're going to be talking about here is cell phones, and we've mentioned it already, call detail records.
Yes, sir.
Quickly, I know that you have a presentation that helps explain the technology.
Yes, sir.
If you could just sort of quickly tell me what we mean by call detail records, if you would.
So when you sign up for service through a cell company, you've got an account with that company, and they can monitor the usage of that account, and that reporting out that we receive is the call detail records. And it's just the records of your calls, incoming, outgoing, text messages, your data usage, and they break it down so that you can be billed properly, and they can make a little bit of money, and you get real good service.
Do some of these call detail records have tower information on it?
Yes, sir.
And what do we mean by tower information? What am I trying to say when I say tower information?
So the cell tower is what we're talking about here. Your cell phone uses radio waves, much like a walkie-talkie or a can and 2 strings when you were little. But it's a wireless communication from that device to a tower that then relays that communication to whether you called another cell phone or a landline or another country. And those communications are logged with the company.
Someone like you, do y'all have access to like where these towers are?
Yes, sir. The cell site database I get through the FBI, a website that I have to register through, and they verify me as a law enforcement officer. And when Sprint bought, when AT&T bought Sprint, they merged their towers. They turned some of the towers off. So every time you look at a case, you want to look at the towers during that time frame, because the towers are always changing. And I get that list of towers and the list of changes from the FBI website called Indicat.
And so in your job, are you sometimes asked to look at call detail records that have tower information and attempt to determine approximate areas that particular device could be located in at a certain time?
Yes, sir, quite often.
And are you able to do that?
If the data is there, absolutely, yes, sir.
And have you done that one time, or have you done that a lot?
I've done that almost 1,000 times.
Almost on a day-to-day basis at NPD?
Yes, sir, daily.
And part of your job now at TBI?
Yes, sir.
Was a lot of that training, those hours, spent on that sort of concept or that practice?
Over a third of those hours are in cellular technology. Yes, sir.
Have you had occasion in the courts of Shelby County to testify as an expert on these call detail records, emphasis on location, before?
Yes, sir, I have.
One time or multiple times?
Multiple times.
State court and federal court?
Federal court was digital forensics, not cellular technology. But yes, sir.
With digital forensics, would that include extractions from cell phones?
Yes, sir.
And what is an extraction from a cell phone?
This is, we take the device, and if we are able with our software and technologies, we make a complete copy, if possible, of everything that's on that device. And then we take a copy of that, make a copy, and then we analyze that copy of what we pulled from the phone.
And to do that, do you have to be trained in the various programs and everything that extract information?
Yes, sir.
And trained how to look at it?
Yes, sir.
And have you received that training and those certifications?
I have. There's some of the other hours in there. Received training from both the vendors of the softwares that we use, things like Magnet and Celebrite, Gray Shift, and then non-vendor training through IASIS and the NCFI in Hoover, Alabama, through the Secret Service.
Your Honor, I would tender this witness, Mr. Gardner, as an expert in call detail analysis, emphasis on location, and digital forensics.
No objection.
Tell me what that tender was again.
Well, I'm not saying I got it right? Call detail records, emphasis in this case on location, and digital forensics. Extra copy of it? Okay, I can use that.
So I qualify this witness, Mr. Garner, as an expert in the area of call detail records with an emphasis in location in digital, what was that last word?
Digital forensics.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
I'm struggling with the technology over here as y'all speak.
Done.
Mr. Honor, have you prepared a report with regard to this case?
Yes, sir.
Let me pass you this. You just verify this is your report.
Yes, sir.
All right. I guess we should go ahead and mark that as state sentence number 2.
No objection.
You know how many pages?
76.
All right, it's a 76-page document.
Is it 76 minus 3 or is it 76?
76 minus 3 is 73.
73-page document. It's entitled Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Cybercrime and Digital Evidence Report prepared by Special Agent Michael Garner. We'll mark this as a collective exhibit number 64.
We could return that to the witness. And if we can publish this as I asked Agent Garner questions. We managed to get it on the computer up here, so we're ahead of the game. Obviously, the title page with regard to this case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, we skip to the next. You can go ahead.
All right. So during my presentation, I just do want to show these slides of me just mapping out where a cell tower location is and the antenna. Kind of want to teach you about what I'm talking about here, kind of an overview of cellular technology and how it works. Because some people think you hit send on the phone and it goes to a satellite and then comes down. They do have satellite phones, but that's not what we're talking about here today. And then I'm going to go over the requested information of me, what they had asked of me, and then my analysis, and then the mapping of those records. And here they're just going to kind of go over the cellular technology that I've had hundreds of hours of training in. There we go. So we see these when we're driving down the interstate or we're pulling in the grocery store. So that is a cell tower, cell site location, base transceiver station. What we really are interested in is the tops of them. They're called heads. And those little white rectangles, those are antenna. You might see 3, you could see as many as 9 facing one direction. It all depends on the topographical area and the population of that area. The more cell phones, the more coverage you need, the more antennas you need, the better service that they can be provided for you. So they want to keep you as their customer. So, and then the next slide, when I talked about, we don't want to have the thought that just because it's a radio wave, how does that work? Unless a device is calling another device on the same tower, all these radio waves actually touch copper. It's like our phones in our house when we use the wired phones. That actually touches copper. It goes from the phone to the tower, to the base station controller, and all that's doing is these computers are looking for the number that you called. If it's not there, it moves to the next one. And all of these towers keeping record of the phones that it's communicating with, this entire network is run by computers that know where the device is. That's how they can connect a call so quickly. But they can't all be connected wirelessly. So they hit the gateway goes to copper. And this copper line is how we can connect multiple switches together, and switches contain lots of cell towers. That way we can have a wireless network that's actually got a backbone built on phone cables. And so even though we're using a wireless device, it's actually touching copper. It's actually going to copper. So it doesn't go into space and it doesn't come down. And anywhere where you don't have a cell tower, you're not going to have cell coverage. So if you're out in the ocean, for example, and it sounds kind of silly, but you want to think, you see the cell tower, that's going to have a cellular communication. So this is how the network routes your call, and each of these computers maintains a log of the phone numbers, and that's part of the call detail records that we get back. Now that rectangular antenna that you see on that tower head, it broadcasts a radio signal. And in a lab, in a laboratory environment, that is what that antenna is broadcasting in a perfect environment. It's about a 120 degree spread, and it broadcasts out. But it also has a little bit on the side and some on the back. But that's in a perfect lab environment. This is usually what, if you requested what a particular antenna, what its frequency broadcast is, you would get a graph much like this. And based on that graph, they build the cellular networks much like a honeycomb from a beehive, because it's very strong. And you get overlapping signals. So in case one side of a tower is full, or there's a building in the way, a lot of trees, another side of another tower can cover that weak area. So they overlap these sectors, again, to give you the best service so they can make money. Because if you're unhappy, you're going to leave your carrier. They don't make any money that way. So they design these cell sites to maximize coverage for you. And that's how they're set up to broadcast, just like a honeycomb. And that little black triangle right in the center, that is one tower broadcasting in 3 different directions.
You're gonna leave your carrier unless you're stuck with your carrier. It's too much trouble to change.
If you're unhappy, there's no too much trouble, sir. So this is a mapping from an old case I've done, and I just wanted to show you what my mapping software, or what some of our mapping software is going to report out. And so what it's showing you is it's accessing a side of the tower. It's showing a 120 degree angle, and then that shaded area, that is there by the software to catch your eye and let you know, and let me know as a person analyzing it, that that's the direction the antenna is broadcasting. So it's not to tell you where the device is. We're just talking about which way are the radio frequencies that was communicating with the device, which way was it pointing. That's all that shaded area is.
So if I'm looking at this thing right now, my tower is this thing right here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you talked about like 120 degrees sort of coverage. That's gonna be this.
That
right
line there,
here.
to that is 120 degrees.
And you're talking about the shaded area here
Is that mark?
is for, I guess I'd call it illustrative purposes or something?
Yes.
Does that mean that there could be that if there's a cell phone using, the cell phone out here is not going to use that tower? Can you see my, you may not be able to see my.
I cannot see, I'm sorry. Can you shake it a little bit?
Can you see, okay, you see it?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean if I got a cell phone like right out here, that it's not going to use that tower?
technically, if that cell phone accessed that tower, it is using that tower. So I can tell you it's using the tower, but I can't tell you where it is, where it's using it from.
Okay, I guess I was trying to figure out, when you said it's to catch our eye, why'd you say this area here was to catch our eye?
I want your eye to know that the phone was accessing that tower from that direction.
And I guess that's why I'm asking it, because that shows more than a direction. That shows a boundary.
It shows an area.
Okay.
That shaded area is just to draw the eye more towards, it's coming from that area
Okay.
instead of behind it.
So is this so I guess I'm trying to just get things straight. Is this boundary a strict boundary when we start?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay,
No,
that's
absolutely
what I
not.
thought. Okay. So this is illustrative of sort of an area or a direction. But
And-
this boundary very well may extend a little further or a little less, not be perfectly arc-shaped, and may,
Yes, sir, that boundary has absolutely nothing to do with the cell site coverage, nothing at all. It is put in by the software just as illustrative, just to know which direction that antenna was pointing and broadcasting.
I understand the point of that.
Yes, sir. And then the next slide. This is actually what a cell site broadcasting looks like. That is two cell sites broadcasting two different sectors, and that topmost antenna is in red, that bottommost is in blue, and you can see how they overlap each other and bleed over in each other and have that side lobe and the back. So like he was saying, that where was this device, because this is from an actual case, but not this case. Where was the device that when it was accessing that tower? If it's the red, it's somewhere inside that shaded red area. When it accessed the blue tower, the tower I have labeled as blue, I'm sorry, it's somewhere in the blue. So I can't tell you where it was. I just know that it accessed that tower within that tower's coverage area. And I'm saying tower. Right now we're looking at this, we're looking at one antenna on a tower. So we're looking at the broadcast coverage of an antenna on that top tower and broadcast for one antenna on that bottom tower. You can see how it overlaps.
Okay, so I do see, I understand what you're saying about overlap, like this thing's gonna go out and this thing's gonna go out and they're gonna overlap each other.
Yes, sir.
What are the colors here? I don't understand this. So there's this brighter red pink thing and then there's purple.
That purple is the mixture of that blue and that pink.
I got you. All right, so
That's where they're
this
bleeding
light
together.
blue down here,
Is the bottom tower.
okay, and then the pink is the top tower.
Yes, sir.
But where they overlap is the purple.
Yes, sir.
So now we see that we're never dealing, it doesn't look like we're ever going to be dealing with straight lines or straight arcs and just 120 degrees.
Never. No, sir.
Okay. And it looks like we're also going to be dealing with multiple towers at the same time.
Yes, sir. And that 120-degree arc, you can see on the pink, there's some behind it, and there's some on the side of it. So that tower, those radio frequencies are actually bleeding back behind. So you can be behind that tower and still connect to the opposite face. It all depends on the traffic of that tower. And these maps, that mapping was done at a specific date and time. It will change based on weather. It's rainy, the tower's not gonna go out as far. We have a music fest downtown. They're gonna shrink, they're gonna turn down the strength of the tower so that it encompasses a smaller area, because you have more people in a smaller area. So these towers, they breathe. The range of the tower, that could be maximum, and then they can turn down the power and it would be smaller.
So I'm going to ask a question that may skip ahead, but I was going to go ahead and ask it. For what I'm getting already from this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you or anybody's not going to be able to pinpoint exactly where a cell phone is in terms of a meter or 2 meters or 10 meters or 20 meters at any particular time?
No, sir.
What I'm getting is that we're talking about areas.
Yes, sir.
What I'm getting is you could tell me whether or not his cell phone is in this area, and this is an area downtown called Uptown, okay, and not in Midtown over here.
And one thing to point out that I left out is all those little blue dots in there. Those are other cell towers. So
So that can help me exclude where I'm looking.
absolutely, because a cell phone it's not going to grab the nearest tower. It's going to communicate with the nearest available tower. If that tower is, if you think of a tower as a cup of water, if it has too many transactions going on that it can't hold anymore, that tower will let you skip it and you will grab the next one that's available to it. But you're probably not going to skip 3 towers. There's a probability of those towers being full at that exact point in time. So
I'm probably, you can see where my cursor is right here?
you would be closer to the towers than you would be out there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so if I'm accessing one of these 2 towers right here, right, then my phone's probably not 4 or 5 towers over right here.
Correct.
Okay, I got you.
And especially looking at this map, that little blob of pink down at the bottom right-hand corner is coming from that tower at the top. But there's, how many we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 towers from that tower to that blob. If that device is in that blob, it's probably not going to grab that tower that's up at the top. It's going to grab one of the ones that's closer to it that's available, the closest available tower. Yes, sir. And I had mentioned a few of these things. The coverage is never perfect. Things like buildings and the weather. Downtown we have the river. Cell phone radio waves reflect off water. And the range of that tower antenna is going to be based on the population, the terrain, the number of towers around it, because the device is always going to grab the nearest available tower, closest available, not the closest available. And with that,
Do we begin your work on this case?
yes, sir.
All right.
Just want to make sure that these pages. Okay, yes, sir.
At some point during this investigation, did you receive call detail records for phones relating to the investigation of the murder of young Dolph?
I did.
In particular, did you receive call detail records for a telephone that was identified to you as belonging to Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you receive call detail records for a phone identified to you as belonging to Cordelia Smith?
Yes, sir.
Did those call detail records have what I'm calling tower location information?
They did, yes, sir.
Were you asked certain questions? Did we ask you certain questions about what you could determine about those phones?
Yes, sir.
All right. You can begin.
So in February of this year, I met with Attorney Hagerman and the case investigator, Jesse Browning, and they gave me call detail records on this 901-236-1625. They were received by a search warrant by the investigator on the case in December of 2021.
For the record, is that the phone that was described to you as belonging to Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then they'd asked me to look over these records on November 17th, 2021, between 1 a.m. and 10 p.m. on November 17th. And that was the analysis done on the 236. In April of this year, they brought me another phone number related to Cornelius Smith, 901-513-6236. And again, they were obtained by a search warrant in December of 2021. And on this device, they only asked a time frame of November 17th between 11 a.m. and 10 p.m. So not as many hours on the second phone number. This is very, very difficult to see from this angle, so you're probably going to not be able to make all this out. But this is an overview of Shelby County, Memphis, Tennessee, with the locations that they had given to me with retards at these dates and times. These locations are important. Can you overlap the cell records to show movements? And
Let me go ahead and interrupt you and try to walk us through just location for a second.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just what we have here. We have people not from Memphis to start, okay?
Copy that.
Mississippi River, downtown Memphis, is that right?
Yes, sir.
This is probably about where we are, right about here or something, is that right? I think that's the bridge.
Oh, okay, I see the cursor. I couldn't see it. I apologize.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
that is correct.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
downtown Memphis. I go up here to my green dot here. It's a few miles away. Is that Crosstown Concourse?
Yes, sir.
There actually is a yellow line that connects. It's just probably impossible to see from where they are. And if I go to my next thing here, this is East Memphis. And the line is to Valero gas station.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? I go here to the red dot, South Memphis. This is near the airport. This is the homicide scene at 2370 Airways.
Yes, sir.
And if I go down further south, we have Whitehaven over here. We go further south, the Gospel Garden Apartments. Used to be 2A apartments.
Yes, sir.
All right, so South Memphis, homicide scene, technically South Memphis. You familiar with the neighborhood Orange Mound?
Yes, sir.
In Orange Mound. Valero gas station by the University of Memphis.
University of Memphis,
East
yes, sir.
Memphis. And Crosstown next to downtown, a few miles from where we're at.
Yes, sir.
And all this, so you go back to tell me what we're looking at here. What's all this stuff?
So I loaded the call detail records in an application called PLX by Penlink. And I did that so I can pull up every cell tower within 10 miles of, I guess, of Memphis, Tennessee, dead center, not downtown, but kind of dead center of Memphis, Tennessee. And based on the cell site list that I got from Indicac, there were 563 T-Mobile towers within 10 miles of Memphis, Tennessee. But based on all of those towers, we're going to look at the ones that the device accessed during the time frame that was requested of me. That was just a zoomed-in location for the homicide scene on Airways that was just north of the airport.
Okay, so this is MAKEDAS Cookies.
Yes, sir.
Airways Boulevard.
Yes, sir.
One second.
This slide.
Yeah, might as well. we had a couple slides that became not relevant, and so we've taken them out, so.
Yes, sir.
But they're still on the computer, so we're fast forwarding, basically. Okay, will you take back up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is a screenshot of the document that we received from T-Mobile. This is one of the first pages of the call detail records. And what we've got here is the name and address of the subscriber, this top red box. And it comes back to the Curia Guy and the address of 2667 Pfizer. And then at the bottom, the activation and termination dates of this account. So when was this account created? And the activation date was on 9/22 of 2020.
Through the investigation, are you familiar with that to be a relative of Justin Johnson?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's Justin Johnson's sister. And this is the subscriber information for the second phone number, the name and address of the subscriber, Cornelius Smith, and the subscriber address of 1766 Wild Rose in Memphis, Tennessee.
So
And then-
Smith's phone is actually subscribed to him, or he's actually a listed
Yes, sir.
subscriber?
Yes, sir.
And Johnson's phone is the sister?
Yes, sir, that's correct. And then the activation and termination dates, at the time we received this, it was activated on 9/25 of 2021.
All right, looks like we're beginning with the questions that you were asked to analyze with regard to 236-1625, which you testified is the phone described to you as Justin Johnson's.
Yes, sir. And these were the questions that, from our meeting, that they were asking, am I able to determine from these records if the device left the crosstown concourse? If I was able to determine if the device went to the Valero gas station at Park and Highland? Am I able to determine if the device returned to the crosstown concourse? And then again, did the device leave crosstown again? And was I able to determine where the device was during the time of the murder? So it's 12:21 p.m. to 12:23 p.m. Then was I able to determine if the device went to the Gospel Gardens apartments? And did the device return to the crosstown concourse after that? Those are the questions that were asked of me. That was the basis of what I was looking for during this analysis. So the call detail records come from T-Mobile in the UTC, Universal Time Coordinated. The records come universal so that no matter where you are in the world, you can adjust the time to your local time. And our software does that, and we can do that looking at the data. Instead of make a copy, and then I analyze the copy of these call detail records. And at this time, we were outside of daylight savings. So our time zone here in Memphis, Tennessee is UTC -6. Spring forward, fall back. So I adjusted the call detail records to our local time zone. I did not leave them in UTC time. And then the second phone number, the 901-513-6236, again, these records were received from T-Mobile in UTC, and I adjusted the time zones on them as well. And only question asked on this phone number were between the hours of 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. What towers were being accessed by this device? Now, they asked me until 10 p.m. There was no activity on the device from, I think, 5:48 p.m. to 10 p.m. That's why the hours 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. is listed in this slide because there was nothing to look at after 5 p.m. So 5 p.m., 10 p.m., there was nothing.
And this is the Cornelia Smith phone?
Yes, sir. So these were the tools that I used to look at this information. I used a program, it's a web-based, called CellHawk. I used Microsoft Excel because the records come in a TXT format or a PDF. But I can make a copy, and then I can change the time zone to reflect local easily in Microsoft Excel, and also used PLX by PinLink, and those are the versions of software that I used on this case. When these files are opened up in Excel, they are actually pretty wide, so we hide a couple of the rows when we're not trying to use that information because it's not relative to the investigation. We can hide out the device ID, the IMSI, the IMEI, and so what you've got across the top, and you can't see it, and that's why we really monitor this. Small. On the right. Coming or out the way. Then the azimuth of the cell tower that was used. The azimuth is the dead center of that antenna of that 120 degrees. Then that azimuth is going to have 60 degrees to the left of it, 60 degrees to the right. So that's the dead center of that antenna. But as we've seen, that antenna can be more than 120. But the cell company knows the azimuth of that antenna. They're reporting that to us. Then the location of the cell tower used, they provide it in two different ways to us. They give us the latitude and longitude of the exact tower, and that is perfect. Because a lot of times you see a tower out in the middle of a field. That field has a physical address on a road, but that's not where the tower is. So they give us the lat and long latitude and longitude of that tower, so we can walk right to it using GPS if we had to repair it. But they also give us the physical address of the tower, which would be the address of the road that it's numbered off of. They're usually not, they're not going to be in the same spot. The physical address is where you would go, then you would see the tower somewhere on that property.
I have a couple questions and maybe stuff to get to, but I don't want to forget them, so I'm just going to go ahead and ask them. You mentioned duration. If I see a call between one person and another person on these call detail records, and let's say it's 8 seconds or 10 seconds or 12 seconds or whatever the time is, does that mean those people talk for 8 seconds or 10 seconds or 12 seconds?
It means you hit the send button and then hit the end button. That's the duration of that call. Whether there was communication between two people or a voicemail being left, or you called and you listened to somebody's voicemail, I don't really feel like leaving a message, end. That's the duration of that call.
So the duration doesn't actually mean two people necessarily talking to each other?
Correct.
The second thing is, we're talking about calls. Is this same sort of stuff done for like text messages and stuff?
Yes, sir. On the T-Mobile network, though, text messages don't have cell site location. It's routed through the network, but they don't tell you which tower it was using. So now we're looking at calls and data sessions.
I got you. So with text messages, we're more limited on T-Mobile.
Yes, sir. And now we're looking at the phone number 901-201-1000. 236-1625, which belongs to Justin Johnson. And from 1 a.m. to 2:35 a.m., this device accessed a tower. Now this is where we're talking about the shaded area. The shaded area is just showing which direction the antenna was broadcasting its radio signals. It just happened to cover the crosstown, which you see. I dropped a pin in there to denote the location of the crosstown. So that device was accessing that tower, and of course it was providing coverage for that location from 1 a.m. to 2:35 a.m.
And so let me ask a couple of things here. First of all, it's almost impossible to see from where they're sitting. But this red dot here is the crosstown concourse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you say from 1 a.m. to 2:35. Does that mean there is one phone call that lasts an hour and 35 minutes?
No, sir. The transactions that were reported, the events, the calls are on the next slide, sir.
Okay, very good. Switch to the next one.
And you can only map the data if it's there. So if there's a transaction that doesn't have a latitude and a longitude, we can't map it. So what we're looking at is what I could map. And there were 12 different events, like all mobile outgoing incoming calls between 1 a.m. and 2:35 a.m. And all of those accessed that tower during that time frame.
I got you. So here's the list of calls, incoming and outgoing, and the ones that we have information on all hit that tower that covers Crosstown?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say you would not be able to say if that phone is on the 8th floor of the concourse or the 2nd floor of the concourse?
No way to know, sir.
You wouldn't be able to say whether or not it's inside concourse or in the parking lot?
No way to know.
Wouldn't be able to say if it's in the parking lot of concourse or the street to the north or the south, the east or the west?
No, sir. No way.
But in the area of the Crosstown concourse?
Yes, sir.
Between 1 a.m. and 2:35 a.m.?
Yes, sir. So this slide that you're looking at here, at 3:17 and 1800ths of a second a.m., the device accessed a tower on the T-Mobile network. Tower number is 65667. Sector 2 with an azimuth of 180. That just means it hit the south antenna of that tower. And that was an outgoing call going to 901-210-0852, and it lasted 1 minute and 43 seconds. And that tower provides coverage for the area of the Valero gas station.
All right, we're talking about entirely a separate area of Memphis, right?
Yes, sir.
So
The University of Memphis area.
University of Memphis is right here. So the Valero station, is that what's marked here?
It's the green pin? Yes,
Green
sir.
pin, green pin.
Yes, sir.
The green pin here, it's Valero station. And we're so far away from Crosstown that this is not on this map, is that right?
It is not, no, sir.
It's going to be up and over here somewhere, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that highlighted road right there was the data that I mapped. That's from the records, and it was, that was that outgoing call to 210-0852 that lasted for 1 minute and 43 seconds.
At 3:17 a.m.
Yes, sir.
At that time, the device is in an area with a tower that includes the Valero gas station parking island.
Yes, sir. And at 4:49 a.m., the device accessed another T-Mobile tower, 65695, sector 64, azimuth 300, which is facing kind of north-northeast, with an outgoing call to 901-728-2851, and that call lasted for 21 seconds. And that tower is just south of the crosstown concourse that I have a pin dropped. Yes, sir.
Is this the green thing across?
Yes.
Through the green, here's crosstown?
Yes, sir.
Is this a same tower or different tower as before, when the phone was in the area of crosstown?
That is a different tower.
Does that mean necessarily that, the phone's not in the same place as it was before?
It just, that tower provides coverage for the crosstown, same as the tower before, sir.
Okay, so the coverage for crosstown is gonna be more than one tower?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but both of these, the tower we saw before and the tower we just saw, could provide coverage to crosstown?
It could, yes, sir.
Okay.
And this was the transaction that I mapped the outgoing call to 728-2851 that lasted 21 seconds. Then we go from 4:49 a.m. The next information that I could map was not until 9:56 a.m. later that morning. And that was an outgoing call to 901-728-2851 that lasted for 94 seconds. And that tower, that call, access tower 11903 with sector 3, azimuth 260, facing west, kind of southwest, angled down. And that tower provides coverage for the crosstown concourse. I have a pin dropped. It's inside the shaded area as well.
It's at 9:56 a.m.?
Yes, sir. And this was the transaction that I mapped out. And then there were two other calls that connected to that tower. Two outgoing calls, 404-662-8744 that lasted 69 seconds. And then 888-111-2663 that lasted 66 seconds. And according to the service codes from the provider, service code 042 and 51, that initial call was placed on hold. Those other calls were answered, and then they had a conference call together. So you had a three-way call going on.
Okay,
That
so
was
there was
the-
a three-way call from the device. I'm looking for the time code. Is it 350, is it 9:57?
Yes, sir. That was 9:56, 53.
Okay.
And then the others at 9:57, 17, and then 9:57, 23. Then there was an outgoing voice call made to 901-201-9581 at 11:30 and 13 seconds. That access tower is 65731, sector 13, azimuth 300, just facing kind of northwest. That lasted for 112 seconds, which is 1 minute and 52 seconds. And that tower is south of the crosstown concourse, and it appears that device has left the air of the crosstown. This tower is south of.
Crosstown's not on this map anymore, but
No, sir.
it would be north of,
Yes, sir.
north of this map, is that right?
That's right.
So this would not be a tower that provided coverage to crosstown.
Correct.
And this is at 11:30?
So 11:30 and 13 seconds.
So by 11:30, the device has left the crosstown area.
Yes, sir. It's accessing towers that are south of the crosstown. Then this is a screenshot of the raw data of the tower that I just mapped with the outgoing call to 201-9581 that lasted for 112 seconds. And there was an outgoing call to 901-246-0101 at 12:06:07 p.m. that accessed tower 158660, sector 3, azimuth 290. And that antenna is facing west-southwest, and that lasted for 3 seconds. And then an incoming call from 901-315-9866 at 12:09 that accessed tower 165641, sector 132, azimuth 145, facing southeast. There was no duration on that call. Those 2 calls accessed the towers that are facing each other, the antennas that are facing each other from those 2 towers.
Okay, so we have 2 calls right there, 2 or 3 minutes apart, 12:06 and 12:09. And they're accessing these 2 towers, which are
Yes, sir.
near each other, pointed next to each other.
The antennas are pointed almost directly at each other, providing coverage for that area.
Okay, and do we have any pins? Do we have any pins for things we've seen before on this map?
There is a pin, but it's off map. That's the area of Lamar and Sims. The Valero gas station is not on there. It's too zoomed in too close to see the homicide scene, or because that's the writing on the left is the end of the homicide scene marker.
The writing on the left,
The-
would you help me?
that highlighted to the left of the screenshot, towards the bottom left corner.
Bottom left corner?
Come up just a hair. Come up.
Oh, here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is the homicide scene.
That's the pin that I put on the map, notating the homicide
Okay,
scene.
and you got it cut off, because I guess it's right here.
Yes, sir.
So we're in
We're east of the homicide scene.
we're slightly east of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Crosstown's way north.
Yes, sir.
Downtown's way west.
Way west. Yes, sir. And then next slide, that's the data that I mapped on the slide before, the towers that were accessed. Then at 12:17,
12:17, we're getting close to homicide time, is that correct?
yes, sir.
Somewhere between 12:21 and 12:23 or 4?
Yes, sir. And we've got an outgoing call to 901-519-1799. And that device accessed tower 164286, sector 131 with an azimuth of 90, which is facing directly east. And that call lasted for 6 seconds. And that tower is in the Airways in Lamar, the area of Airways in Lamar, just north of the homicide scene.
Excuse me, I'm gonna catch up real quick over here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 12:17. If we could reverse one slide. 12:17. Towers here, is that, towers here,
Yes, sir.
and that's not you doing that. What is our, we have a pin on this map?
There's no pin on this map. The homicide scene is off screen, towards the bottom.
Airways. Trying to to figure out how far up it is. Do you have a landmark on this? We'll see it better on the next map?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the homicide scene is over here somewhere?
It's just south, so towards the bottom of that map,
Okay. Here?
because you've got airways that's running north and south, and we need to get closer to the interstate to see the homicide scene.
Okay. And we are about 6 minutes, or somewhere between 4 minutes and 7 minutes from homicide.
Yes, sir. And again, this is the data that was out of that outgoing voice call that lasted 6 seconds. And then at 12:22:40,
Let me stop you for a minute. We need to take a break.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just a quick refresher, 10:15. Keep your notebooks here, and just stand in recess.
Court stands in recess.
Jury's down here into the courtroom.
All right, Agent Garner, we had stopped off here 12:22 PM, just after noon, in the murder time frame of 12:21 to 12:24, correct?
Correct, sir.
All right, do we have some sort of phone activity at 12:22:40?
Yes, we have a data session at 12:22:40 that accessed the tower 29098, sector 23762, azimuth 180, means that antenna was facing south. That duration of that data session lasted 6 seconds.
Okay, and
That tower right there could provide coverage for the homicide scene.
okay, so this tower right here,
Yes, sir.
south, and like we said before, this is not a boundary, this is for illustrative purposes.
Yes, sir, correct.
Homicide scene is the red dot here, is that right?
That's correct.
I don't know if they can see my cursor, but we have homicide scene, yellow line. So MAKEDAS here. And the tower is north of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
We're in the neighborhood of Orange Mound. And this is 12:22:40. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
What is this blue shaded area up here?
That is the mapping of a previous cell tower that was accessed, that was north of the homicide scene.
Oh, okay, I got you. So we've already looked at that, we've already looked at that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we come down here for 12:22, and we're on the tower that could provide coverage to the homicide scene.
Yes, sir. And this is the data session that was mapped at 12:22:40. The 12:23:05 There was an incoming voice call from 901-315-9866. That call was not answered and it was sent to voicemail. And that accessed Tower 164-286, Sector 131, azimuth of 90, which is facing east. And then
I think we went back, I'm sorry, I think we went backwards you said, okay. So now we are less than a minute from that last phone call, is that right?
yes,
And I see orange mound.
this is the tower that's north of the homicide scene.
North of the homicide
Yes, sir.
scene.
Airways in Lamar, just north of.
All right. So would it be fair to say the phone has moved at this point? Or yes or no?
That phone just accessed that tower. I don't know where it would be.
Is this tower close to the other tower?
Yes, sir. That was the previous slide where you saw the little slice of shaded blue north of, that's that tower.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, so let's go back to that slide. I thought you had said this was a previous call, but is this
It is.
a
That is a
subsequent
previous call,
Okay.
but then the device reconnects to that tower again.
Okay. So 1222, the one that could cover the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
1223, we're back up on this tower that is north of the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Could this tower also cover the homicide scene?
I wouldn't know that unless I was able to do like a drive test on it to see the coverage that tower could
So would it be
extend out.
Would it be impossible to say yes or no to that?
Without testing, it'd be impossible. Yes, sir.
Now, do also see, because the pins are so hard to see from far away, this is Bradley Street, an address on Bradley Street, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, if we could skip forward.
And if we'll back up one, that slide there, that unanswered call that the device accessed the tower just north of, where you can actually see the shaded corner, that device then reconnected to the tower just south of it. When that unanswered call was sent to voicemail, it accessed that tower, 29098, sector 23762, azimuth 98 is facing south. So you have an incoming call that accessed the tower north of it. That call is not answered, and it's sent to voicemail. And that transaction connected to the tower just south of it. That's what we're seeing right there.
And the tower just south of it, is it this tower?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the same tower we saw at 1222 that covers the homicide scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So to get this right, there's activity at 1222 at a tower that covers the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
There's activity at 1223, which is the call and voicemail,
Yes, sir.
which accesses two different towers.
Yes, sir.
One is this tower north of, I don't know if I'm doing that or not. One is this tower slightly north of the homicide scene
Yes, sir.
that may or may not cover the homicide scene.
Correct.
And then when voicemail picks up or whatever, same call, different activity, it accesses the tower south of it.
Correct. Accesses a separate tower. Yes,
Which
sir.
is that same tower that services the homicide scene.
Yes, sir.
Does that necessarily mean that the phone was moving at the time since it went one tower to another tower?
It could be indicative of movement. It could be that tower that services the homicide scene is just north of the interstate. And if there was a lot of traffic, that tower could get full and it would shift off its it would say I'm busy, full, no more traffic. So it would pass off its communications to another tower.
Okay. Would it be fair to say then that these towers are close enough to each other that it could mean the phone is moving, or it may not mean that the phone is moving.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
And this is the transaction is listed in the records of the incoming call and being sent to voicemail that I mapped out. And had 26 different calls between 12:58:33 and 1:57:50 that access this tower in South Memphis. It's going to be tower 157889. Two sectors, 3 and 13. That's going to denote the antennas when you have more than one. Facing the north-northwest, that azimuth of 345. And that cell tower provides coverage for the Gospel Gardens apartments.
So now we're about 30 minutes or more, a little bit more after the homicide, and the phone's in an entirely separate area of Memphis,
Yes, sir.
entirely separate tower,
Correct.
vastly different coverage,
Yes, sir.
vastly different towers, but we are the tower that would service the Gospel Garden apartments.
Yes, sir. And that is just all 26 calls from the records that I mapped out.
From 30 minutes after the homicide to over the course of the next hour.
Almost an hour exactly, yes, sir. And then there were 44 calls that I mapped out from 2:22:45 p.m. until 5:23:18 p.m. And these access towers, 156814 and 156815, two different antennas, antenna 5 and 15, with an azimuth of 240 degrees, and antenna 133 with an azimuth of 300. So that device was hitting that tower with those different antennas 44 different times between those, actually it's a 3-hour time period.
So the phone has left the coverage area for the tower that covers the Gospel Garden apartments,
Yes,
which is South Memphis.
yes.
And it has traveled
This is the
substantially east, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? And I'm looking at the map here, is it like Hickory Hill, is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the Hickory Hill area of Memphis. And that is 222 to 523?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Those are the 44 transactions that I mapped out for that 3-hour time period. Well, it's very difficult to see. It was very difficult to put into a presentation. What we're seeing is 13 calls that I mapped out. Kind of shows the device moving in a north from the Hickory Hill area towards the Baptist East location of Walnut Grove and Interstate 240. And those calls, last tower hit at 5:48 on that northernmost tower at the very top of that picture. And those transactions show that device moving northbound. And the 5:48, that was the last data from that device I could map from the CDRs. We go from Hickory Hill on the bottom and just head north. And those were the 13 transactions that I mapped out.
All right, that was the Justin Johnson phone. 513 is the Cornelia Smith phone?
Yes, sir. The 513-6236. And there was no data to map between 11 and 12. It asks for 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., but from 11 to 12, there was nothing for me to mount. There was no transactions there. And then from 12 to 1, you had 5 different calls that I have listed here that access towers, I guess around the Lamar and Sims. So starting the top, you've got an incoming voice call from 901-213-7867 that came in at 12:01:26. And that call accessed tower 158661, sector 13, azimuth 290, facing west-northwest. And that call lasted 1 minute and 12 seconds. Then a second incoming call from 901-236-1625 at 12:02:55 that accessed tower 158661, sector 13, azimuth 290, facing west-northwest as well. That call lasted 9 seconds. You have a third call, incoming call from 901-236-1625.
All right, well, wait a second, I got distracted because something caught my attention. This last call we talked, these last 2 calls we talked about, at 12:02 and 12:04.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's an incoming call from 236-1625.
Yes, sir.
Well, we know what number that is.
That is Justin Johnson's cell phone number.
Okay, so we're looking at Cornelius Smith's call detail records.
Yes, sir.
And at 12:02 and at 12:04, he receives phone calls from Justin Johnson's phone.
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Then the fourth transaction, incoming call from 901-273-4691 at 12:11 that accessed tower 156958, sector 12, azimuth 270, which is facing west. There was no duration recorded for that call. And then at 12:51, the last call that I mapped was an incoming voice call from 901-273-4691 at access tower 161877, sector 13, azimuth 340, which is facing northwest. And there was no duration for that call either.
So it looks like with regard to Mr. Smith's phone, you're going to be able to map some stuff at 12:01, 12:02, 12:04,
Yes, sir.
12:11. But then not any time between 12:11 and 12:51.
Correct.
Okay, which would be the time the homicide would fall in there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And these were the towers that were accessed, and you can't really see the date and time that they were accessed. There were 3 calls on the that tower 158161, bottom tower. 3 calls there, and the times 12:01, 12:02, and 12:04. And then the other 2 towers, the calls.
Does that, there's no pen, but I can see now. That would provide coverage for the Lamar and Sims area, wouldn't it?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the 12:11 call access tower there at the top right. And then the 12:51 call access the tower there in the dead center.
The 12, the one I'm on right now is 12:11, is that right?
12:11:52, yes, sir.
12:11. We provide coverage for the Orange Mound area of Memphis, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I see there's a pen, this is Bradley, is that right?
That's correct.
And then, so this one's 12:11-ish, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And then I move over here to this tower on the left, but that's 12:51. So
That's
we've had a
12:51.
good 40 minutes has passed.
Yes, sir.
And now again in the Orange Mound area, and here's Bradley Street.
Yes, sir.
Homicide scene is this red dot.
That is a pin I dropped to the homicide scene, yes, sir.
Tell us what that phone does after 12:51.
The next hour, I looked at from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. There were only three transactions that could map out. That was an incoming call from 901-273-4691 at 1 o'clock. And that access tower 65664, sector 11, azimuth of 90, which is facing east. And there was no duration for that call. Then there was a second transaction, was an incoming voice call from 901-900-3143 at 1:14:54. That access tower 65664, sector 1, azimuth of 90, was facing east as well. No duration recorded for that call. And then the third transaction from 901-900-3143 at 1:41:21. That access tower 65664, sector 1, azimuth 90. There's no duration for that call as well.
What does that mean when we see calls with no duration?
It would be, if you place a call and you hang up before the other party answers or the call connects, there's going to be no duration there. If there was an abnormal completion on the call, there'd be a system glitch or kind of hiccup, there would be a no duration there.
But it still shows an event on the phone?
In the
A no
records.
duration call still
Yes,
shows
sir.
an event as far as the records go?
Yes, sir.
And you're still able to use the, if it provides a location, you're still able to use that location?
Yes. So, looking at the records, the calls that came in, there were only 2 calls, they were incoming and not answered, and then they went to voicemail. But you have to look at the records and the definitions page to determine that. And what I have circled here are the service codes, and luckily we ask for what these service codes mean, and they give us a definitions list, so I can look at their definition of what a service code means. And the 02A, as defined by T-Mobile, tells us that a call that came in, it was not answered, but then it was forwarded to one of T-Mobile's voicemail service numbers, voicemail service, 1-360-842-9999. And those 2 calls that show as 4, they access tower, the same tower, 65664, sector 1, with an azimuth of 90. The voicemail that was left was 5 seconds, and the second voicemail was 3 seconds. And we can get that from the raw data that we see right there. And then that is a mapping of that tower, the 65664, sector 1, azimuth 90, facing east. That's the tower that we mapped out.
This is 1 o'clock. 1:14, 1:41, 1:42, 1:46, 1:47.
Yes, sir.
And we are a tower that services Orange Mound. And this is Bradley Street, that's the pin.
Yes, sir.
Could that tower provide coverage for Bradley Street?
That tower could provide coverage for Bradley Street, yes.
Okay.
So there were 17 calls between
And
2 p.m.
Yeah, let me back up.
Yes,
For the slides we just saw, is everything incoming?
Between
One,
between 1 and 2, everything was incoming. There was no outgoing phone calls made.
everything's incoming. Does everything go to voicemail?
Nothing was answered, and everything was sent to voicemail.
Okay, so everything's incoming, everything's not being answered, goes to voicemail. Tower that covers Bradley Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That'd be consistent with the phone having been left behind? No one to tend to it?
Could be. If the calls are not being answered, yes, sir. So between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m., there were 17 calls that came in. This is going to get a little, wouldn't say messy, but the first and second, they weren't 2 calls. That was 1 call. It was an incoming call that was not answered and went to voicemail. Then the 4th call and the 5th call was another call that came in unanswered, was sent to voicemail. The software can show that as 2 different transactions, 2 different calls, but looking at the raw records will tell you that's not 2 different transactions. That was an incoming call, was not answered, and it was sent to T-Mobile's voicemail number. And looking at the service codes, again, the 028 tells us the service codes, they're circled. That the call came in, it was not answered, and it was forwarded to one of T-Mobile's voicemail numbers. So you had a series of incoming and outgoing calls of those 17 between 2 and 3 p.m.
Okay, so what is the first outgoing call from?
First outgoing call was at 2:36. I'm sorry, 2:39:33. We gotta back up 1 slide.
That stuff that you were explaining, I see outgoing on this list, but I think you were just explaining that that's not a true outgoing call.
That is not a device making an outgoing call.
I got you.
That is
So
a call that's come in, not answered, then it's routed to the voicemail.
okay. So when's the first true outgoing call?
First true outgoing call was at 2:39:33 to 273-4691.
So the first true outgoing call, 2:39, is what you said?
2:39.
You said that.
And these were the towers that were accessed by those incoming calls. You had 7 calls on that top tower.
Gotcha. Everything incoming.
Yes, sir.
Tower that could cover Bradley, Orange Mound. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And then the device starts accessing 2 different towers, the tower shown at the bottom.
Once we have that outgoing call at 2:39, then at
There's-
2:40 and at 2:56, a bunch of different times.
Yes, sir.
2:43, 2:47, 2:48, 2:50, 2:52, 2:53, 2:55. We start accessing different towers.
Different towers, yes, sir.
South of where we were.
And those towers provide coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims. And then between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m., there were 25 different calls, both incoming and outgoing. Between 3 and 3:20, device access tower 158661, sector 13 with an azimuth of 290 that was facing west. There were 13 calls, 3 incoming and 10 outgoing. again, item number 6 and 7 is an incoming call. The number was busy this time, and it went to voicemail. And we're told that by service code 29. And then after, between 3:20 and 4 p.m., the device is going to move around the city, so we're going to see a bunch of different towers being accessed after 3:20 p.m. So this tower right there at Lamar and Sims, there were 16 transactions reported. That was between 3 and 3:20. They all accessed that one tower between 3 and 3:20. So the red dot is the pin that I dropped locating the homicide scene. The tower just to the right of it was a tower that device was accessing for that first 20 minutes between 3 and 3:20.
That's Lamar and Sims.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then it moves over and accesses a tower to the right at 15:26. And then just above that at 3:29 p.m. And then that north tower on the top of the sheet at 3:37.
So the phone is just sort of, it's Lamar and Sims for a while because we've held multiple calls there.
Yes, sir.
And then it's on the move around the city.
Yes. And then when it gets into the downtown area, I kind of broke those up because they got real congested to look at. So you see the towers that were accessed between 3:40 p.m. and 3:55 p.m.
Okay. And all these towers are downtown Memphis?
Yes, sir.
And these towers are all close to each other. I'm looking here, this is one area of downtown Memphis. And our time ranges are,
This is between 3:44 and 3:55 p.m.
okay, so accessing towers in downtown Memphis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can proceed.
And then this is still different towers in downtown.
Okay.
3:58 p.m. and both of them 3:58 p.m. The calls were bouncing off, accessing tower to the right and then accessing the tower to the left. And then there were only 2 calls between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. One outgoing voice call from 902-901-864-2309 at 4:18. That call accessed tower 161877, sector 1 azimuth 70, which is facing east-northeast. And then the second incoming voice call, 901-318-7238 at 4:59, that accessed tower 154315, sector 14 azimuth 6, which is facing east-northeast. And that's what I have mapped on the next slide. Those are the 2 towers that were accessed at 4:18 and 4:59 p.m. The tower
Tower north of Bradley.
north of Bradley at
Orange
4:59,
Mounds.
and the tower providing coverage for Bradley at 4:18. So, based on the mapping information that
Okay, we're about to switch back to the first phone. We're going to get a summary, is that right?
yes, sir. We're going to summarize.
I may interrupt you and ask you a couple of questions. We're going back to Justin Johnson's stuff? is that
Yes, sir.
right?
901-236-1625. And this is all information that I mapped out from T-Mobile. Device, it was accessing the tower. They're providing coverage for the crosstown concourse from midnight to 2:35 a.m.
All right, so consistent with the area of Crosstown up till 2:35 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the device accessed a tower that could provide coverage for the Valero gas station at 3:18 a.m.
Entirely different area of Memphis, right?
Yes, sir, near the University of Memphis.
Okay.
The device then returned to the area of the crosstown concourse by 4:49 that morning, a.m.
Okay.
The device was accessing a tower that provided coverage for the crosstown concourse from 9:56 a.m. to 11:06 a.m. And then the device was accessing towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims from 12:02 to 12:10 p.m.
Different area of Memphis than Crosstown.
Yes, sir.
So by 11:06,
Uh,
well, by 12:02, it's in the area, the coverage area, including Lamar and Sims.
Yes, sir.
And is that also the time frame in which we see the phone calls from this phone to Cornelius Smith?
Yes.
Okay.
Next slide. Right. The device was accessing towers that provide coverage for the area of 2370 Boulevard during the time of the shooting between 12:22 and 12:23.
Towers that cover homicide scene, time of homicide.
Yes, sir. Then the device went to the area of Shelby Drive and Tulane Road from 1 p.m. to 1:59, which was the Gospel Gardens area.
Entirely different area of Memphis.
Yes, sir.
Tower provides coverage to the Gospel Garden, used to be called the Tulane Apartments.
Yes, sir. Then the device went to the area of Hickory Hill Drive and Valleydale Drive from 2:22 p.m. to 5:26 p.m. It was in the Hickory Hill area.
Leaves the area of the Gospel Garden.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the device went to the area of Walnut Grove and Humphreys Boulevard from 5:42 p.m. to the 5:48 p.m. There were no records to map after that.
Okay, so you didn't get any more records with location information that you could map after 5:48.
Correct.
Okay. Now this is Cornelius Smith's phone.
I'm going to summarize the phone number for Cornelius Smith, 901-513-6236. And this is also based on the information that I got from T-Mobile. The device was accessing towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims and 1168 Bradley between 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. And the device continually accessed a tower that provided coverage for 1168 Bradley from 12:28 p.m. to 2:38 p.m.
It is during that time period that everything's incoming.
Yes, sir. And going to voicemail. And then the device accessed towers that provided coverage for the area of Lamar and Sims until 3:19 p.m.
Do you know where Pressure World Car Wash is?
No, sir, I do not. The device traveled around the city to the downtown area between 3:20 p.m. and 4 p.m. And then the device returned the area of 1168 Bradley between 4:16 and 4:28. And there were no records to map after 4:59 p.m.
Thank you, Agent. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Evans?
Give you time for a break, Judge.
I think it will be. Ladies and gentlemen, you've only heard part of this testimony, so it's probably a good time for lunch. So let's just take a lunch break. Let's break until 2 o'clock.
What stands in recess to 2 o'clock?
Mix your snack with new Oikos Remix.
Chevy Silverado 1500 with capability that doesn't compromise. It's Chevy truck season. Get 0% financing on all 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups when you finance with GM Financial. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
My name is Justin Roberts. My wife, daughter, and I are currently stationed in Rose Barracks in Vilseck, Germany. But for 3 years, I was assigned as chaplain to the 2nd 327th Infantry Battalion, also known as No Slack. Since I returned from the deployment, I've struggled with a numbing depression, and I've wondered what kind of father and husband I'd be if I couldn't shake this. General MacArthur once said that old soldiers don't die, they just fade away. And that's what I felt like a part of me was fading away. During the last New Year's fireworks celebration, I was home with my wife and daughter. Before the fireworks were through, I was on the ground weeping. I wasn't shaken by the explosions, but with an overwhelming sadness. I started thinking about the guys I served with in No Slack and wondered if they were experiencing any of the same things. I wanted to understand what was happening and what I could do to get better. My wife and daughter accompanied me to Fort Campbell, Kentucky. There I planned to spend a couple of weeks reconnecting with the soldiers I served with and their families. I hoped our dialogue would benefit them and provide insight into my own issues. After not seeing most of them for 3 years, I thought I'd reintroduce myself in a familiar setting. Oh my goodness. We got a whole collection of no slackers in a church. That's a miracle. This is not going to be a typical sermon. If you were expecting I was going to be guilt tripping you or anything like that, it's not going to be that today. This is more like a confession. When I showed up to No Slack, as many of y'all know, chaplains can't carry weapons. So I decided to carry a camera. I went out on the missions and I captured a lot of these moments that would change my life. But it wasn't the photos, it wasn't the video that changed my life. It was understanding the stories behind them. I captured people doing some courageous things, some valorous things. I was going through the deployment, asking the question, why? Why are they doing these things? What is driving these guys to risk their lives for others? And even after they've been wounded, why in the world would they come back to this hell? Part of the answer might lie in No Slack Battalion's proud history. No Slack is part of the legendary 101st Airborne Division, an essential component of the United States World War II force.
What defined them is the Battle of the Bulge, where Germany came through and bulged the line. They fought and defeated the Germans that were up against them.
Later, the Civil Rights Movement found the 101st Airborne defending the Little Rock Nine, who were the first African American kids to attend a segregated school. During the Vietnam War, No Slack spent more time in combat than any other battalion.
No Slack is a great battalion. I have some family that served with 101st Airborne as well, so it's good to be part of a great story.
Most of the No Slack soldiers that I met had their stories begin in Iraq, where they initially faced combat. Through our conversations, I wanted to recount the deployment to Afghanistan, so together we could process some of the things we experienced. At the time, we didn't realize that we were headed to our biggest fight since Vietnam.
Going into Afghanistan, none of us have been there before. I've done 3 Iraq tours, so I knew how they were. And everybody I knew that went over there said it was totally different.
The soldiers in Iraq were very used to very close combat fighting in urban areas, and we had to be a lot more mountains focused. And Afghanistan was a lot more far ambush. The Dushman, as the Soviets called them, the ghosts of the mountains, were always behind the rocks greater than 300 meters away. And that was a training challenge to take a very good unit who did extraordinarily well, 3 straight deployments to Iraq, and shift mentally to get ready to go to Afghanistan.
All right, here we are in beautiful Afghanistan. We're about to get into our house.
Everything in Afghanistan was just a lot more kinetic. In Iraq, it seemed like it was just punks there to fight for a couple minutes and run away.
They never went toe-to-toe. Afghanistan, they stopped, they fought, and they were prepared to die for their belief.
RPG! Hey, RPG!
Afghanistan is known as the graveyard of empires. No country has ever won a war there.
We were in the Kunar province.
What was that like?
The worst place I've ever been.
We walked into, my analogy was the red arrow pointing on Asadabad, the provincial capital. At the time we were coming in, the previous 2 units had seen a significant increase in enemy activity.
Here we are. We have finally made it to Fog Joyce after many days of travel. Right now, as I'm talking to you, we have been under fire.
Kunar's always been contentious in history.
It's the one area that in any war since the Khan era has never been conquered. The Russians were stopped in their tracks in the Kunar province.
Kunar, Nangarhar, were the footholds for the jihad in the 1980s.
It's a warring culture. They're raised to fight.
They seemed experienced.
Very experienced. You could tell by age and also by their tactics.
They would shoot at you and try to fix your position and then start maneuvering on you. They were actively trying to kill you.
They were extremely tenacious. They were seasoned.
How many generations of Afghanis have been at war with each other, with other enemies?
The same rat lines that the insurgents moved on in the 1980s were the same ones they used on against us.
Fathers taught their sons how to fight in these fighting positions. It was nothing new. It worked against the Russians, so why change what works?
Roger, we also have contact from the Bargate area, over.
Bargate's hitting us.
They're finally seeing
Are they?
Yeah. Contact with the Bargate area.
We're an army that can see you from left, right, and especially down to up. So they learned our weapon systems probably as quickly as we did and how to defend themselves against it. If you have thermals, then they have a blanket to cover them. We have a technology advantage and a firepower advantage. They had a
home field advantage.
Yeah.
Well, Osama bin Laden had camps up in Kunar. Why? That's where you can train. That's where people can't get to you. You don't need all of Afghanistan to have a transnational terrorist state. You need that area, because pretty close by are some airfields. You can export your terrorism anywhere.
माली और अस्करी मामलात के अब इंचार्ज हैं तालिबान की तरफ से सूबा नूरिस्तान में और कुन्नड़ के अंदर.
One of the men who trained Osama bin Laden, Khwarizar Rahman, made the mountains of Kunar province his base of operations. We knew him as QZR.
The first QZR is just some ragtag Taliban guy. In fact, he is Al-Qaeda and TTP Taliban. Saying you had him in custody in 0809. Let him go. You go on YouTube to this day. You can see him being interviewed, standing journalists. Total sociopath, Soprano-esque. He was truly a dangerous man. Coercing, physically kidnapping, beheading Afghan villagers. When he goes in there and takes 5 village elders, brings them in the mountains and beheads them, what's the village of 30 people gonna do? Everybody's, okay, we get it now, we're a QZR fan. The guy's not gonna stop.
He ruled with a very iron fist. And he was organized.
He was the one who was pulling the strings on the suicide bombers in Asadabad.
Heading for the center of governance.
He was the ringleader of operations for AQ and TTP.
Watch out, there you go.
We come into May, that's about the start.
The joys of America's open road. It's right here on the main streets and 2-lane back roads. Take a joyride. There's no better place to get lost than Kentucky's bluegrass.
It's the dawn of a new era. Your chance to do what no one saw coming. To do what inspires you. To do what makes a difference. At the University of Toledo, we're shaping the doers of tomorrow. Those who dare to do what others only dream. The University of Toledo, the power to do.
Of the fighting season, the snows have melted from the passes, the fighters come down into the populated areas, and the coercion begins, and the attacking begins, and we thought we were going to go into the fighting season right at the time they were, and we're both going to meet that together. They were ready ahead of us.
What was the first couple months like?
I live in hell. All the terrorists moved from Pakistan straight into the Congo, and they would train, and then they come in and attack us, kind of like their graduation present.
खास हमले कुरांगल हमारा बहुत बड़ा मरकज है अमेरिकियों का मकतल है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह.
We got hit pretty hard. Then we took losses early on, particularly Alpha Company, and their very contentious fight they had at Katmani up in Esmar.
You join the infantry to fight, you don't join it to sit back. So when you want the fight, it's there out at Katmani.
Why was Katmani such a contentious place?
It sits on a very key transit point for insurgent fighters.
When you're going on patrol, you're going one way and you're coming out one way. So it's a very easy choke point to set up ambushes.
Within the first few weeks, the soldiers of No Slack found out just how complex these
Come on,
What had happened was the insurgents had crashed 2 jingle trucks together and it set them on fire.
It was parked perpendicular to the road, and the truck was just long enough to block the road. I was like, this is on purpose. There's a cliff to my left, a river on my right, a village on the other side of the river, and then another ridgeline on the other side of the village.
We ran forward to see what was going on, and
I hear this crack. We all just kind of stopped for like a split second, and then I hear Sergeant Arena yell out, "Sniper!" We just took off at a dead sprint.
We were taking fire from the village directly across from us, as well as there's like a gully that ran up back towards the east where we're taking, some pretty effective PCAM fire from this guy that was at least 600, if not 800 meters away, raking the entire side of the Humvee.
You see the rounds hitting the ground. I saw him coming towards me, and I was like, "Oh man, I gotta move."
Sergeant Howard with direct vehicles, 50 cal Mark 19, pretty much hitting all the positions where we were taking fire from.
I got you.
The dude who was shoulder to shoulder with me right here, like his left shoulder was touching my right shoulder, gets shot in the left arm.
The trucks are on fire and they obviously couldn't get by them, so we're tracking through different options of what we're going to do. Luckily, we had a wrecker with us. We were trying to talk through options of whether or not the wrecker could push those vehicles out of the way somehow, or tow them out of the way, or what was going to happen exactly. So it was a difficult situation though, because the trucks were so hot. I mean, if you got within 20 feet of those things, you had to shy away.
While under fire, the company's mechanic, Staff Sergeant Earl Mason, took decisive action.
Sergeant Mason was a stud and, burned himself hooking up these trucks and pulling them out of the way, thank God, so we could drive by.
Hey, get down here. Go.
The terrain itself is so conducive to dismounted insurgent travel. You don't have standoff space, so the enemy can get real close to you and make that contact.
I just heard a whiz.
We had our worst firefight since Vietnam, over and over again in Afghanistan.
In June
Kayak. Kayak. Why do people use kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? I don't get it. I like to do things myself. Even if I don't get a great deal, I still feel connected to it. What kind of connection would I have with the salmon if I bought it at the supermarket? We are connected.
Kayak. Search one and done.
If your dog has food sensitivities, their food might have ingredients that don't agree with you or your dog. Natural balance recipes avoid common triggers of stomach and skin issues and use wholesome ingredients that you both can agree on.
A new chapter unfolds in the biggest game of the year, Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on ABC.
Focus on the business you're in, not the technology you need. Learn more at ncrvoyix.com.
3, 2, 1.
Scratch away with the Illinois Lottery.
Make us your new game day headquarters. We have the biggest screens, all the games you want to watch, the best game day food, and your favorite ice-cold pints. Get in the game at a Penn Play destination. Sponsored by ESPN Bet.
on set.
Just another 83 days, and then we're done.
God, this is so rewarding.
Why aren't we shooting, son?
Christ, what a mess.
Can we internalize our panic?
Not panicking.
Take 5, everyone!
The Franchise, streaming exclusively on Max.
We all love hearing yes. When we're looking for a job, asking for help, especially here. But where can we hear yes when shopping for the products we need for our home? Even if our credit isn't so hot. At Aaron's, where they say yes to people that other places turn down. High approvals without great credit? Yep. Free delivery and setup? Mm-hmm. Name brand products? Of course. So say yes to Aaron's. Because they love saying yes back.
girl can cause a lot of problems for us.
You've gone too far. What did you do?
Is everything okay?
No, far from it.
This season has been intense.
This can't be happening.
But get ready.
Where is she?
Her name is Dawn.
This is my wife.
You said wife. Why did you say wife?
And you haven't seen anything yet.
That's something I need to take care of. I'll make sure you are the one they go looking for next.
Tyler Perry's Sisters.
Ever wish you had more hours in the day? It's time to digitally transform how you work. Bloomberg has been building and implementing AI solutions.
Good afternoon, Agent Garner.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name's Luke Evans. I'm just going to have a few questions for you this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
If there's any point in time you don't understand my question or you can't hear me, something like that, just let me know. I'll be happy to repeat the question.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, kind of first thing I wanted to talk to you about is I think right off the bat, you were telling us that the idea of looking at call detail records and matching them with cell phone towers to try to figure out any sort of general area where a cell phone might have been is not a perfect science at all.
That's correct.
Right?
It's not.
Lot of different factors that can affect the reliability of the information.
Yes, sir.
And I think you've hit on some of those, and you've said this, you're in no way, shape, or form here today to try to say where a cell phone was at a particular point in time.
Not at all, sir.
Right? Now, you said essentially you can talk about kind of a general area, right? Or based on the towers. Now, first thing, kind of helpful to talk about what area means, right? A general area. I know you've said at certain points in your testimony that, especially your summary, that the cell phones at times were in places where they were in the area of concourse across town,
yes, sir.
And towers that service that area.
Yes, sir.
Right. But fair to say, there's a lot of towers, and I think you spoke about this at the beginning of your testimony, related to T-Mobile.
Yes, sir.
But 500 and something towers, was it, in the greater Memphis area?
563 within 10 miles of Memphis.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so, quite a few towers, and the reason that there are so many towers is because cell phone companies want to keep their customers happy, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, the idea of these call detail records and their inclusion of cell phone data location information, right? Like the latitude, longitude. Cell phone companies don't do that because they're trying to figure out where they're, where people are to a certainty, correct?
Oh, not at all.
They're doing it because they want to figure out how, customer satisfaction, right?
Yes, sir.
They want to be able to tell when calls are being dropped, make sure they have another tower that can pick up a call so people aren't getting calls dropped.
Best service possible. Yes, sir.
Right, so that's their point.
Yes, sir.
Not to find folks.
Not at all.
Okay. Now, typical tower, would you agree with me that a tower coverage area could cover as much ground as 2 miles?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Right, and even in a populated area like Memphis, it could go out that far, depending on circumstances of other towers in the area. Correct.
Yes, sir.
So, when you talk about areas, in the area of airways, Nikita Cookie, that could potentially go out miles in either direction, a couple of miles in either direction. Correct.
Down south towards the airport. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. And you talk about down south towards the airport. I was going to get to that here in a minute. But in fact, you talked about some calls that occurred about 12:23. And there were several calls and or data usage points at 12:23. And you walked us through, I think it was starting on page 44 of your report. Use the elbow. Is it on? And you remember what I'm talking about now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain again how many either data usage or calls go on at 12:23? Is it 2 or 3?
There's at 12:22. There's a data section. One data section.
Okay. All right. And then
at 12:23, there is an incoming call that's unanswered and sent to voicemail. Well, it's routed to voicemail, not sent.
okay. And is that the call that goes over 2 towers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And hits 2 separate towers. And isn't there another data usage in that minute, that 12:23 minute? And I'll refer you to your report, page 45 of your report. It says the data that was mapped. And specifically, it references the second entry, data entry there down, references tower 65681, 122308, and the tower being at 2160 East Rains Road.
Yes, sir.
Now, you didn't map that particular data entry, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're pretty familiar with the Memphis area, right?
Yes, sir.
And where Rains Road would be. Agree with me that would be down towards the Memphis airport.
It's right there at Rains and Airways. I know where the tower is. Yes, sir.
So I'm going to hand you a document, and this is I want you to give that a look. Does that look like the mapping of Cellhawk?
that have a page number?
This is, I'm about to ask him if he can recognize it. It's going to be an exhibit.
It could be, yes, sir. I recognize the icons used for the pins that are dropped on it. Yes, sir, from South Hall.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so, Judge, I'd ask that this be marked the next numbered exhibit.
There's no objection, Your Honor. He's showing it to us.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a particular page out of that page? No, it's not. It's not in there. Okay.
Not in there.
Good. I see, good. This is a map of different locations in Memphis. And I'm just gonna, it's got the Memphis airport kind of in the middle of the page. FedEx World Hub next to it. 240 is the gray intersection going through the middle of the page. And it's got 4 pink areas that the witness has been speaking of as areas of from cell towers, I think is what you're mark it. Yes. We'll mark this as exhibit 65.
Thank you. You see that in front of you?
I do not know.
I'm going to hand you back. And I think you would probably agree with me that these calls up here are ones that you've already displayed in your report.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
That's correct.
And one over here.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that one that you recall the same point in time displaying in your report?
I don't know. I would have to look at the tower number and look back at my report.
Okay. And you can feel free to refer to, if you want to look back at your report to see if that matches. And if you recall, I think you testified at 12:17, there was a voice call to Tower 164286 to the tower north of Nikita Cookie and the scene of the homicide.
Yes, sir.
You said there's a data usage at 1222 to Tower 29098 north of Nikita Cookie, which would be this one here, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then you've got a 122305 voice call to the north of Nikita Cookie at 162486 that you noted.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you've got another hit on the same tower at 122306 29098, which is the one north of Nikita Cookie.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, you've also got this one, and I don't think this one got mapped, for 122306. It's a voice call to tower 21198, which is in this area of I-240, west of Makeda.
I do not have that one mapped, no, sir.
Okay. And so, and you don't have any dispute that these are basing on the same call detail records that you would have had in relation to this phone number, purporting to be Mr. Johnson's phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then down here, the call detail records show at 12:23:09, tower 6581, which is down here next to the airport.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, based on what you know of this area, would it surprise you, or would you know that it's about 3 miles from the Makeda Cookie to this tower here on 240 or near 240?
It could be. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you this: if Cellhawk allows you to pull a line right from one point to another
yes, sir.
point, and if the Cellhawk software actually pulled a line from Makeda Cookie to that point and said it was approximately 3 miles, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I would agree with that. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right. And then this part of airways, excuse me, down here at 1223 from the airport, would you dispute that if the Cellhawk software showed it from its mapping capability that this cell tower is about 3.2 miles from Makeda Cookie, from there to here?
Yes, sir. I would agree. Yes, sir.
So, number one, was there any particular reason why you didn't map out either of these 1223 either data usages or calls that occurred, the one out here at 240 or the one down here at the airport?
No, sir. I did not map those out, sir.
And again, you can see we're not talking about it exact science here, but within a minute, this cell phone, the one that is associated with Mr. Johnson, is hitting off, what, 2, 3, 4 towers?
Yes, sir.
That are miles away from one another.
Yes, sir.
Right. And within this period of time, you would agree with me, and again, these mileages are as the crow flies, as they say.
Correct. Yes,
right?
sir.
Or as the towers see it.
Yes, sir.
No one's that's the subscriber information associated with the phone for Mr. Johnson.
2667 Advisor Road.
Yeah. You don't have to say the number. I'm just saying.
Go passwordless and reduce the gaps in security while providing a better user experience.
It's book club in the neighborhood, y'all.
Eating this table.
I got this at Wayfair after the.
What we've got marked down here is Bradley Avenue or their address of Hernandez, Goan.
Yes, sir.
Right there in that same area.
Yes, sir.
So, you talked about cell phones hitting the nearest available tower.
Yes, sir.
Right. A lot of things can affect availability, right?
Yes, sir.
Congestion, like too many people, right?
Yes, sir.
On a particular cell tower, and you said it could even shift mid call for people if there's too many people on it, right?
Yes, sir.
Like you can be on a call, and if it gets overly congested, it may direct you to a different tower.
If If the device is stationary, I don't see that it would hand off.
Okay.
If the device is moving, I could see that it would hand off.
So what happens if you're on? Because I understood your testimony earlier to be, look, if you're on a tower and it gets too many people on it, and they transition you to a different tower.
You're already on that tower, so it wouldn't let you go. It would not let new traffic on.
Okay. All right. If you're in some of these areas, and like we can see, they can go out maybe as much as 3 miles, right?
Yes, sir.
So even when you're saying someone's using and servicing a tower in the area of Makeda Cookie at a particular time, that could give or take 3 miles in different directions, obviously.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And the same goes for any of the locations, whether it's Valero gas station or crosstown concourse.
Yes, sir.
You talked a little bit about coverage area, and there was one question that Mr. Hagerman asked you about, and about whether this tower would cover this area, and you said, I can't answer that. I didn't do a drive test.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is a drive test?
A drive test is where the Memphis Police Department doesn't have the equipment, so we have to borrow the equipment from the FBI is what we use. That equipment has antennas that measure the frequencies in the broadcast of the antennas of the towers within a geographical area that is predetermined. And then it takes those signals and those measurements and plots out a map to see during that drive time how that antenna broadcasts and can receive. And I put in a drive test result from an earlier case from years ago that showed the distance and I guess kind of lines of how the tower was broadcasting and receiving.
Okay. And did you do a drive test as to the areas of the tower surrounding Makeda Cookie?
No, sir.
Or Valero gas station?
No.
Or crosstown concourse?
No, sir.
No. So when it comes to kind of the opinions you've given about whether or not a person was in the area, or excuse me, a cell phone was in the area of a particular tower that was serviced by a particular tower, you can't really know where in the area that person would have been.
That's correct.
And they could have been in a different area, right?
Yes, sir.
And because of congestion on the towers or other reasons, service that tower instead.
That was just the device accessed that tower. That's all I can say, sir.
And another thing that affects what tower availability is sometimes towers go down.
Yes, sir.
Right? And just to be clear, you wouldn't have that information when you get your cell tower database. Like you wouldn't know that from the provider that one went down for maintenance.
No, sir. Would not.
Or if it was damaged in some, for a period of time during that, which caused it not to be working properly.
Correct. We would not know that. No, sir.
Okay. And obviously that would, again, affect what you talked about with coverage area.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Super quick. You testified with regard to the call detail records and the location, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Were physical extractions done from some of these cell phones?
They were.
And is it Jesse Browning that would have analyzed those physical extractions?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Mr. Evans?
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hey, call your next witness.
Mr. Evans is getting my attention real quick.
Okay.
I'm going to read a stipulation of the evidence, and I can pass it forward to honor signature first. And to enter into evidence.
Why don't you read it first and we'll mark it?
Yes. Very good. Now this is stipulation of fact. The State of Tennessee versus Justin Johnson is on trial. Trial indictments 2204679. Stipulation of fact. The parties in this matter, the State of Tennessee, represented by Paul Hagerman and Iris Williams, and the defendant Justin Johnson, represented by Luke Evans, have agreed to the following. For the purposes of count 3 of indictment 2204679, that's the trial indictment, the defendant Justin Johnson is a convicted felon, having been previously convicted on May the 2nd of 2017 in Division 8 of the Criminal Court of Shelby County under docket number W1700355 of a qualified felony for purposes of Tennessee Code annotated 3917 1307B1A. This is a fact that is agreed to by all the parties. It should be accepted by the jury as true. It is stipulated and approved by the court. I've signed it, Mr. Evans signed it, the defendant Justin Johnson has signed it, and Judge Mitchell has also signed it. We would move this into evidence this time.
Mark it as exhibit number 6.
And we're ready for the next witness, except for about 3 things at the request of counsel that we've spoken about just now that we need to do. So if you could indulge us in about a 7-8 minute break, we'll be back.
7 or 8 minutes. All up to it.
All right, Jew is excused.
bring the jury in?
Jury's now heading into the courtroom, Your Honor.
At another order, TikTok ads allowed us to quit our day jobs, get a warehouse, and even hire employees.
We've had a 1,200% increase in sales using TikTok ads.
Bro, just do it. Get on TikTok ads and start growing your business fast.
I used to be worried about getting a colonoscopy. Then I had grandkids. Figured it was time to get checked. So I scheduled my own colonoscopy at Minji, and well, they helped put me at ease. I didn't have colon cancer, and thanks to Minji, I had peace of mind. I stopped worrying about the procedure and did the right thing for my family.
Where do you work at?
I work for the Memphis Police Department.
For how long?
15 years.
And what is your current assignment there?
The multi-agency gang.
Are you an investigator?
Yes.
How long have you been with the multi-agency gang unit?
Since 2015, so 9 to 10 years.
In that capacity, have you engaged and been primarily responsible for quite a few sort of long-term, larger-scale investigations?
I have.
Did you become involved in the investigation surrounding the murder of Dolph?
I did.
I think what I'll do is ask you a few substantive questions about that investigation at the end, but first let's hear about your special qualifications and experience with cell phone analysis, cell phone extractions.
All right. So about the last 9-10 years, I've been analyzing cell phone images and extractions and dealing in call records, which is what you just saw. I'm not an expert like he is, but I have been trained and certified in Cellbrite, XRY, PinLink, which is one of the softwares used to kind of produce those mappings that you see in the records, and I use them on a day-to-day basis for about the last 10 years, 19 years.
Have you done that in the course of numerous investigations?
Numerous, yeah.
Have you looked at, and let's back up, when you said you're not an expert like him, you're talking about Mr. Gardner?
Oh, yeah.
Whose expertise the jury heard was on cell phone location testimony.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have expertise in those cell phone extractions and analysis of those extractions?
I have been certified. I wouldn't say I'm an expert in the extraction end. On the analysis, I do a lot of analysis. Garner does phones every single day. And that's what his primary job is. I'm an investigator. I utilize those tools to find evidence. Garner can dive into those phones and actually get the evidence that I need.
You have reviewed hundreds of cell phone extractions, is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
Looking for evidence?
Yes.
In other investigations?
Other investigations.
And numerous cell phones in this investigation?
Numerous cell phones in this investigation.
And how many years you say you've been doing that sort of stuff?
10 years.
And are you, tell me if I'm using the right word, when I look at a cell phone extraction, it's some program called Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is one of them, yes.
Okay. Is that one of the programs you use to look at the extractions?
Yes.
And is there more programs that you use too?
Yes, there are more programs.
All right. And are you familiar with navigating all those programs and been trained on those programs?
Yes.
Have you testified with regard to the results and your analysis of cell phone extractions in the counties, in Shelby County before?
Yes.
In courts?
In courts.
One time or several times?
Maybe 1 or 2 times, not many.
In this case, I'm talking about the murder of Dolph.
Yes.
did you have occasion to analyze several cell phones?
I did.
In particular, did you have occasion to analyze the cell phone extraction from the defendant Justin Johnson's phone?
I did.
In the course of doing that, did you also analyze cell phone extractions from other phones as well, like Cornelius Smith's phone?
Cornelius Smith's phone,
Like-
Angela Arnold.
Like Angela Arnold's phone? Like Treon Ingram's phone?
Treon Ingram.
And other individuals. In preparation for your testimony today, you and I spoke, is that correct?
We did.
And asked you to look at certain things, is that correct?
That's correct.
Certain things regarding Mr. Johnson's phone? And did you do that?
I did.
And in fact, did you prepare a report outlining some of those things?
I did.
Let me pass you this. Ask you to recognize it.
This is my report.
Okay. And for the record, we look at it, physical phone analysis, Justin Johnson, cellular device 236-1625. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's the first page?
That is the first page.
And in that report, before we go through it, in that report, does it isolate particular text messages, for instance?
It does.
Particular communications?
It does.
Maybe an image or two? And other things in the case?
Correct.
Your Honor, we'd offer that evidence to say sex numbers, sir.
No objection.
This is a several page document. You know how many pages?
I do not know the exact amount.
Several page document is under about 10 pages. Physical phone analysis, Justin Johnson, cellular device information, with the MSISDN 236-1625. We'll mark this as these as collected exhibit 67.
My count may be bad, but I think it's 25 pages for the record. All right, if we could publish this to the jury, I'm going to ask you some questions as we go, Detective, okay?
All right.
And we'll start with just that front page. What's this information over to the left here?
So this is just an overview and an extraction report. And so as you see, I highlight, usually what I'll do is just highlight things. Obviously, I'm going to highlight the telephone number, but if there's anything that kind of identifies the user that sticks out, because you can get aliases and things like that, if it appears to be their full name, I'll just highlight. So essentially, I highlighted Justin T. Johnson 123@gmail.com.
Okay, that's the Apple ID Gmail account.
Correct.
With regard to the phone. We can go back. That's the Apple ID or Gmail account with the phone?
Correct.
Okay. And target number 236-1625.
Correct.
I asked you to look at certain text messages within a certain time frame. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If we flip the page to the next, do you see one of those?
We do.
All right, tell me what we got here.
So right here we have on November 16th, 2021, at 6:10:31 p.m. we have Treon Ingram sending a outgoing text, which is a photo of what appears to be like a white Mercedes-Benz, and then this was actually pulled from Treon Ingram's cellular device. So this was a text message on his device.
Day before the murder?
Day before the murder.
Outgoing from Treon Ingram?
Correct.
Incoming to Justin Johnson's phone?
Correct.
And you pull it in Cell Bright River program you're looking at, this is what it sort of comes up as, is that correct?
Correct. It looks like it would your regular phone. but on the side, as you can see below it, that will have just the information associated with that text message.
And here's the blown up photo, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is at 6:10 p.m. day before the murder.
Day before the murder.
All right. Next.
This will be November 17th, 2021, the day of the murder at 2:58 a.m. And it's a outgoing text message to Treon Ingram. And it's going to be a location drop. And then the location that was dropped is going to be 1168 Bradley Street in Memphis, Tennessee, 38114.
From Justin Johnson's phone to Treon Ingram, 2:58 a.m. the morning of the murder.
Correct.
Do you know this address, 1168 Bradley Street?
Yes, it's to the left of 1174 Bradley. So I think it's if you're facing it. Yeah. So I think it's like that. It would be if you're facing 1174. It's going to be right there to the left.
And what's the significance of Bradley Street and/or those addresses?
So 1174 is the actual driveway, but where the white Mercedes-Benz was found. But I think it's kind of that driveway sits in between both houses.
Understood. And you say drop the location. That is Johnson sending a location to Treon Ingram at 2:58, and it's at Bradley location.
Yeah, so the location drop, it's actually, when you look at it from the map, it's kind of, it looks like he just dropped his location.
Okay, like this is where I am.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, correct. Next slide. Now this is not pulled from the phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just to put the front of the slide we just saw in context?
Correct.
3:16 a.m. For the record, this is a video that has already been played at trial as part of Exhibit 5. Where is this at?
This is going to be the Valero gas station at 853 South Highland.
And what is the significance of the two cars highlighted?
There's going to be the white Mercedes-Benz and the Q40, or I think it was an Infiniti. And essentially, I was using it to match up for the location drop. So we're trying to figure out with call detail, with this, I think the call logs you were able to track to see where they went after that.
Bradley location drop, and
Correct.
some 18-20 minutes later, we have the white Mercedes and the Infiniti at the Valero gas station.
That's correct.
And the individual who enters the store here, who is that?
That's Treon.
We can proceed to the next slide.
And then this is going to be a zoomed in still shot of the surveillance video. We were just trying to see if we could get a better view of where we were told they were met, where they met, just near some air pumps or something on the back end, and that was at 3:22:19 a.m. And that was about as good as we could get it as far as zoom in.
And is this the individual who gets in the Mercedes and drives away?
That's correct. They kind of do like a switch, like one gets out, the other gets in. It was just very hard to tell distinctively who that individual was.
Absolutely. Would you agree that it's impossible to tell from even the zoom in who that individual is just from the picture?
No, maybe that they have gray pants on. That's about it.
Next slide. (10:51 a.m.) I don't know what we're looking at.
That's correct. 10:51 to 10:55. And this is going to be on November 17th at 10:51 a.m. And this is a photo, a still shot photo of Justin Johnson wearing a blue hoodie, gray sweatpants, and black shoes with white stripes, and the Bass Pro Shop hat. And it looks like it's going to be his daughter just standing. You can barely see her to the left. And
Were you aware through the investigation that he was living there across town?
Correct, yes. And the second photo, of course, is the white Mercedes-Benz.
And that is leaving the garage at 10:55, so about, well, pretty much 56 seconds, so 10:56 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
$10:54 a.m., so it's actually, this would actually be in that time period that we just saw, is that correct?
Correct. In between that time. Justin Johnson, we found he places an outgoing call to Cornelius Smith with a 0 duration, so essentially it was a missed call. So he tried to contact him, but there was no communication, no voicemail picked up.
Okay, next slide.
11:56:57 a.m. we have an outgoing call to Treon Ingram from Justin Johnson, and that call was about 4 minutes, a little bit over 4 minutes long. And then we have on November 17th at 12:04:32 p.m. we have an outgoing call from Justin Johnson to Cornelius Smith, and that duration is about 17 seconds.
And we are within 21 minutes of the homicide, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that call you said has duration?
Yeah, 17 seconds. And
12:23, is that correct?
Correct. So on November 17, 2021 at 12:23:06 p.m., Justin Johnson receives an incoming call from his mother, and that duration is 0, and that time frame was significant for me and the investigators because that was at the same time frame that the homicide was being committed.
And no durations, I think I just said before, nobody picks up, no voicemail, just no connection.
And they actually had an abnormal completion code, which indicates, like, if you look at the service codes, that it had some kind of network interruption that can mean nothing significant, but essentially he never picked up or the call might have not gone through.
12:25 p.m. directly murder time frame or after, is that correct?
Correct. 12:25:40, Justin Johnson places an outgoing call to Anthony Mims, and it's got a 2-second duration, which appears probably to go unanswered.
This is right after the homicide.
Correct.
Who's Anthony Mims?
It's Big Jook, he seems like the number 2 on CMG record label.
And how's Big Jook identified in Justin Johnson's phone?
Under Jook.
As Jook.
Yes.
Every morning in hardworking America, Hardee's biscuit makers rise to bake our original made-from-scratch biscuits. Famous since 1977 and still the greatest goodness around. Find the best deals on the Hardee's app.
Hey, small business owners, your company may need to file its beneficial ownership information with the federal government.
So this isn't the actual FaceTime communication, and this because those were deleted. And so they were missing from the call logs. You can see, though, in the file system